is the one that will be providing opportunities, sometimes through the Department of Science and Innovation because they are the lead department. And then we have the agency level. Agency level are usually the implementers of the government policy, implementers of the ministry's policies. For example, the National Research Foundation is the implementer of the Department of Science and Innovation and partners with all the other departments where necessary. The NSFAS, I'm not going to speak about NSFAS now, but these are the agencies at that level that provide support to research. Some of these agencies are quite specific in their approach, and they will be discipline specific. For example, the Medical Research Council will be supporting medical related research. The National Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences will be responsible for humanities and social science research. And others. CEDA, for example, will provide funding for innovation support. And then we've got us, who are the research and innovation performers. This is the higher education institutions. NRF functions at both levels. These are, and MRC at both levels. So these are the actual performers where academics, researchers, students are, and they work and operate to produce the goods. So the actual work happens at level 4, but you need to understand the whole context to be able to take up the opportunities. The next one I want to talk about is that within the science and innovation, or science and technology, used to be called science and technology, the white paper on science, technology and innovation guides the policy environment. As I mentioned earlier, that the Science and Technology Innovation Policy has got its implementation plan, which is the decadal plan. You will engage with it tomorrow. But we also have the Intellectual Property Rights from Publicly Financed Research and Development Act that governs the innovation commercialization pipeline. And the agencies there that you will find are agencies such as NIPMO that will provide support to universities. For example, universities are required to have technology transfer offices through this act, and which is why we've got our technology transfer office at Nelson Mandela University. There is other information that you may need to look at, such as the NRF research agenda, the NIHSS programs for those who are interested or want to do transdisciplinary work, and also work that is focused on humanities and social sciences, and others. I'm mentioning the NRF agenda because I don't think many people understand that the NRF has taken an approach of a research agenda. So there's thematic approach in supporting research, and funding is channeled through those approaches. It's quite broad. As a result, it covers a large range of policy, of disciplines. And then the other thing I will, before I go to our university, that I would like to speak about is, I think it's important, the understanding of the evolution of our science, technology, and innovation landscape in South Africa, starting post-apartheid 1995, and then going to where we are now, that we have evolved. And we've evolved from a context where we were looking at just developing the national system of innovation, trying to get, to identify who the players are. And then in the period 2005 to 18, we had ministerial review, and that ministerial review gave us direction to move forward. And during that period, if you will remember, my colleagues who have been in the system for longer, they will remember that's the period where we had grand challenges. And those grand challenges were stimulating research at universities. We had thematic areas at universities. You will remember the era of focus area programs at universities. That was this time when we were strengthening the system, beginning to respond to 1994 demands, beginning to unite the science system, or the national system of innovation. And then 2019, going forward, there was a change. where DST became DSI. And then, well, I hear that it was actually an error in the documentation that went to government, but we're not talking about that. It was a good error because the focus was innovation, and which actually is innovation. And this is the era of decadal plan and the review of the 10-year innovation plan, which was in the previous period. So there's more increased focus on technology development and innovation for socio-economic development and in support of the areas of government. And in the National Development Plan, I'm sure you know the National Development Plan, yes? Yes? No? Okay, yes. In the National Development Plan, you will see, if you go and read the National Development Plan, that there are phases in the National Development Plan. Phase 1 in the 2012s, which was more on intensifying this expenditure on research and development, up to where we are now, phase 3, which is the focus on 2030, consolidating the gains. So that is I'm going to stop there about the context where we are operating. This information is important when you are writing your research grants, when you are aligning your research with national priorities, when you are looking for funding from internal and external partners. It's important to contextualize where we are and how you are aligned with development in general. At our university, who has seen this? Thank you. We've got Vision 2030. We've got Vision 2030, which we recently completed and signed off on, which is a vision that guides the university for the next while up to 2030. The Vice-Chancellor has identified priority areas that the university is strategically investing on. But what Vision 2030 does is the integration between research, engagement, teaching and learning, so that we can provide support for student success. Student success across the board, from undergrad right up to postgraduate studies. We have over 32,000 students in our 7 faculties. And this has been almost an average over the last few years. 7 campuses at Nelson Mandela University, and only 1 campus that is outside the Eastern Cape province, which is at the George campus. And we're very proud of the George campus because it also does unique work focusing on biodiversity, ecological research, and sustainability. And then the 7 faculties in total at the university offer 481 programs. And we've got 6 institutional research themes, and these are the themes that the faculties align their work with. Faculties also have got their own strategies, and you may find the themes at the faculties, they will look different from this, but they actually do feed back into the institutional research themes. So 6 research themes: ocean and coastal sciences, social justice and democracy, and so on, as you can see. And you will find these in the research report. You can download it online. There are various copies of the previous years of the research reports, where you can also read about the work of the university, colleagues that are doing work related to these themes, but also even outside to the themes in many research areas. So for research innovation and internationalization strategy, our imperatives are to support and fund for impact, to focus on transformation not just in numbers or in demography, but also transformation in terms of research areas, to focus on sustainability, which is sustainability science in this case, in the case of research, and also human-centeredness. I would like to touch on the human-centeredness in that one of the approaches is how we allocate funding to focus on leveling the fields, to support women, to focus, to also support students with disabilities. The university has got a universal access policy, and we integrate this in the approach to funding. And the enablers for research are policies, processes, systems, and the people, and principles of Ubuntu related to that human-centeredness, interdependence, that we are all together, we are all one. The Faculty of Law cannot function fully without connection to the Faculty of Humanities or connection to the Faculty of Science. So we're all together in this fostering transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. And also empathy. Empathy in the sense that our research fields are different, and even the costs of the research fields are different. You may find academics who have got high research costs compared to other academics who've got low research costs. So we have to be sensitive to those matters. This is just an example. The next one is, I'm not sure if you can see this. It's a little bit small, I apologize. This is the internationalization. Am I still? I think I lost. Thank you. This is our approach to internationalization. I'll only read, because it's small, read the top part, which is this part. That our framework for internationalization across the university is comprised of 6 areas. Firstly, to provide an enabling environment for internationalization. So faculties are free to make connections with the rest of the world. We provide support where necessary for internationalization, opportunities for students to interact with the rest of the world. The second one is prioritizing engagement with Africa. We've got an Africa expansion program with key countries that we have identified, mainly those countries following the footsteps of Nelson Mandela across Africa. And we want to make connections with those countries where Nelson Mandela visited, and then connecting with the world. And there's certain programs that are strategic in how we connect, and learning from the world, because we're not only just connecting and bringing our own view, but we're also learning from the rest of the world, and also preparing thought leaders. This is in partnership with student life and development at the university, and also cultivating a culture of diversity throughout our programs. I call this a journey of transformation at Mandela. I think the institution is evolving. When we look back at how we have progressed in the recent years, I think we've experienced transformation at the university, in how the faculties have evolved, in how the research activity has progressed at different faculties, and also in the manner in which postgraduate studies are managed. We're constantly open to new ways of doing. Also, we've got a focus on postdoctoral research uptake. We're increasing our postdoctoral researchers and research support that is agile and adaptable, and also increasing our partnerships and international linkages. All of this cannot happen if there's no faculty strategy or faculty activities. So this is entirely dependent on how the faculties are managing the activities, and our offices provide support to enable that for student uptake. Some of the research work, I'm just gonna quote now, for example, climate risks mitigation, managing the effects of climate change. We've got a number of expertise in that area, marine spatial planning, human settlements, sustainable livelihoods. You will see that all of this spans across the different faculties, but it's actually the focus on a theme of reducing climate risk and mitigation. For example, the marine spatial planning is in science, human settlements are in, I think it's social sciences and humanities, sustainable livelihoods, financial securities in the Faculty of Business and Economic Sciences, innovation technologies that span across science and health sciences. So you see all of these focusing on one theme, but they're coming from different faculties. We've got what I call anchors. The anchors will be the entities at the university that are conducting research related to these. Energy transitions, supporting research and building linkages for energy research and just energy transitions. You will engage with this, I think tomorrow, in a discussion. And we've got our anchors there across faculties again, that you will see and perhaps experience during the week. Increasing food security, we've got aquaculture, marine food security, oceans and cultures. This is also an intersection of faculties, and it's a transdisciplinary approach to food security. With the emergence of the international development in open science, in big data, sustainability science, we also offer these at the university, and we want to build linkages with other universities and partners. Our Innovation and Technology Transfer Office offers support for research commercialization. We've got examples where research has been translated or is being translated throughout the pipeline for commercialization. In addition to this, we've got a Center for Entrepreneurship and Rapid Incubator. I think Karen will speak to this, will be in a panel, she's here, in a panel just after this, and I'm not gonna dwell on it because I think you're going to touch on this, but this is a center that supports students to take up or to take forward their entrepreneurial ideas. I'm proud to say we've got products in the market that are a result of the work that has happened at the university. Those who know the Maxhosa brand is one of the university spin-outs, and the rubber nano products. We also offer support for incubation, entrepreneurship, which is a center that's located outside the university, but it's co-owned by university and private sector. And we've got this, and it has expanded now to have a township incubator, where we also offer opportunities for local communities to come to the incubator to be supported. Professor Maseko on Wednesday will speak on the revitalization of the humanities, and I'm not going to dwell on it now, just to say that the university has embarked on a big project of revitalizing the humanities, because there was a realization of the lack of capacity in the humanities, and we desperately need humanities if we are to succeed in our sustainability efforts in general. So these are the 6 key themes that the faculty is focusing on, and I'm not going to go to it because Wednesday we will have a full day of humanities and social sciences. So for our partners who are in the room, from here and afar, our partnership modalities include joint grant seeking. We would like to partner with you in seeking grants and providing opportunities for students, co-supervision for student exchanges, mentorship programs. But an emerging urgent area is that of industry placements. We know the NRF has got a new industry strategy, but also we are increasingly engaging industry so that we can have opportunities even for postdocs to be placed at industries. So industry partnerships are important, and study visits or exchanges with industry are our next, I think, big thing that we are focusing on. Current and future opportunities, we've got an emerging hydrogen strategy. The Department of Science and Innovation has provided us with funding to develop this further, and we're working to tap into the opportunities. Within the education faculty, we're also looking at expanding to get research chairs and in humanities, social sciences, and in fact, across all faculties. Industry chairs, we had one that we launched from the Faculty of Engineering, and we're seeking private sector partnerships in law. For your own internationalization opportunities and initiatives, the department offers science diplomacy instruments so that you can connect with the rest of the world, national funding for collaborative research, seed funding for international partnerships, incentive for foreign investment, and so on. And December this year, we are hosting Science Forum South Africa, which I encourage you to attend because it also offers opportunities that are not normally advertised but are there because of word of mouth and when you meet people. And you will hear more about this through our communication at the university. So I'm going to stop here, and I think I've provided you enough food for thought that you can now go back and look at the details and enjoy the rest of the research week. Thank you very much. We're going to invite our panelists for the next session. And the next session is understanding the research and innovation ecosystem. And they're going to be speaking on opportunities and barriers. And they're going to be sharing their journeys and how they are surviving and progressing in this landscape. We've got Professor David Katerere from the Tshwane University of Technology. If I can ask our panelists to please come to the stage. And we've got Karen Snyman. They're going to introduce themselves properly. Karen is well known at the university, and welcome. And our industry chair, I don't see Martin here, Marshall. Oh. Okay, Martin was supposed to be here, but maybe he's going to join later. The other person from TIA, Brian Patlele, apparently missed his flight. So I don't know if he's going to join online, but we will hear. For now, we'll start with the two colleagues from TUT and Nelson Mandela University. So if I can start with you, David, would you like to introduce yourself and then, yeah.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Dr. Mkwebi, DVC. It's a great pleasure to be here. I have good friends that I visit on a regular basis. I have a presentation here. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'm David Katere. I'm a research chair at Tshwane University of Technology in the pharmaceutical sciences department. My research chair is called Pharmaceutical and Biotech Advancement in Africa. So we're trying to play very big, taking the whole continent. And I think some of the issues that have been raised are important issues. So we work all across the pharmaceutical value chain. I also do a bit of work with SAPRA. So that's kind of my day job. Then my after day job is that I'm a bio-entrepreneur. So we have a few products that we've actually developed and put out into the market. And so the presentation that hopefully is coming up. Okay. Yes, so the presentation just talks to my ups and downs. Entrepreneurship is very sexy, you know, on radio, on Twitter. Now they call it X. But it's not like that, like a lot of other things. Okay. So, you know, we talk about high tech, low tech, and all of these are things that serve humanity. They're important things. And a lot of you are sitting in the audience. So when I went to university, I thought I was going to discover drugs, you know, make a big difference and make a lot of money. 25 years later, that hasn't quite happened, but I think I'm still making a difference. And you will see, one of the things that challenged me was when I went to a university in Kenya called Egerton University, in the Rift Valley. You know, they don't have a lot of resources. But what they did have was that their agricultural science students were producing a yogurt that was actually being sold in the university. The kitchens of that university were being run on biogas, which had been as a result of research done by the university itself. So that really challenged me because I was like, you know, I'm in a country with better resources, but my university has, you know, students studying dairy sciences, but we don't produce a single yogurt or any of those things. That should really challenge us. So I came back and introspected. And I'll tell you about what then happened out of that. But to start with, I then started thinking, because you can't just, you know, entrepreneurs are not created just like that, huh? They're actually born. There's a kind of spirit of entrepreneurship that we have, or should start to have. And it started with me with the t-shirt business in university. So I went to university and I thought, you know, people like t-shirts. Back then, they didn't have these football t-shirts, you know? So I thought, okay, so in Zimbabwe I'm from, there are big teams, you know, like Dynamos and Highlanders. I didn't support any of them, but I realized that there was a market. So I started making t-shirts. First I made t-shirts for Dynamos, sold them, and then I made t-shirts for the rivals. You know? And actually, if you go online, the t-shirt business is big business. Yeah? There's a lot of money to be made if you've got ideas. And what were the lessons that I learned then was that it helped me to practice selling. So if you're going to be an entrepreneur, at any one point, at every point you're selling. Yeah? And you have to be comfortable with people saying, no, you know, what's that? You have to be comfortable with that. You have to be comfortable with being turned down when you pitch for your business, right? Because that's all selling. So it's not always selling a product. Sometimes you're selling yourself so that you get funding. And then, of course, at that stage, I didn't know what revenue models were, but it almost became, first, we started by selling the t-shirts, then we realized there was a pharmaceutical company where we could actually place adverts. So that's what we did. So those are different, okay, it's gone. Those are different, what we would call different revenue models. The next bit is I land up in Cape Town, and then we decided, hey, let's sell Bruvos. Yeah, that was my wife's idea. And she sold more Bruvos when I wasn't there, right? Because this, you know, beautiful young woman then. So I was just in the background and I would be supplying the roles and she was doing the thing. But you know, the nice thing about the Bruvos business is that it's very quick turnover, so you don't need to stock up a lot of things. And we're doing it at the mall. We didn't understand the bylaws. When you start a business, the first thing you want to do is to understand the regulations. Because then we got kicked out because they said, you know, you don't have a license. And I get a lot of people who say, yeah, I want to get cannabis. You know, I want to get into the cannabis business, but they don't understand the regulations. Or they want to go into herbal products. They don't understand the regulations. By the way, talking about cannabis, I have one of my products here, which is very potent. A cannabis in sorghum drink. I'll talk about that. The next bit is we tried selling shoes, right? And everybody wears shoes. So again, it's big business, right? But the problem with shoes is there's just so many choices that it becomes very difficult to focus on the range that you want to stock. How many are selling shoes here? Yeah, you know the story, right? Yeah. Okay, so we've got some entrepreneurs in the room. That's a good starting point. Yeah. And then understand your product, and don't try to be all things to all people. So that's what we call market segmentation. Yeah, and that's very important. Okay. So I'm hoping that the academic part is coming out, despite the fact that we are selling shoes. um, and then bulk, low volume, or low value, that's also a toxic mix. So shoes, the shoes that we got into were not the Nikes and the expensive ones. It was just very normal shoes. So you needed to have a lot of space to stock them. And then of course the other problem is credit control. That's the one thing I'm not good at. I lost a lot of money because people would say, oh, okay, we'll try it out. You can pay me next month. And then you don't follow up. Yeah. Okay, so that was like the start of my journey. And at the moment, it's all very non-scientific. But then it turned very serious. Because in 2010, I spent a year in the US. And for some reason, going to the US is actually very good, right? It's unlike going to Europe. Europeans are not very business savvy. So I started in the UK, and all I dreamt about was making inventions. When you go to the US, you learn to think about making money. I don't know what it is, and making money is not a dirty thing. It's not a bad thing. Yeah, you make money and then you invest it in people. Look at Bill and Melinda Gates. Right? So we then, after a year in the US where I was working in a lab, we found out that actually we could take that lab, which is what's called a pharmacokinetic lab, and bring it into South Africa. Because that's the one thing that stops us from discovering drugs. We don't have labs that do this kind of testing. Yeah. So I actually then spoke to quite a few people, put up a business plan for the first time in my life, and then we started this business with a friend, Siabulela. And we were at the Innovation Hub, and that really opened up a lot of things for us. What did I learn? Synergistic partnerships. So Sia was very good at talking to people, CEO, running the business. I was kind of the technical person. So I could, get into a lab. We thought we needed money, but I spoke to one of my former employers who actually had the equipment sitting there. And we ended up getting that equipment for next to nothing. So networks, and also the fact that I hadn't fought with that employer when I left the job. That helped, right? So don't fight with anybody. Yeah. And then we also ended up seeing that we needed to diversify our offering. So initially we were very focused on, okay, pharmaceutical drug development, but that doesn't pay the bills. We needed to look at food analysis, cosmetic. We actually ended up doing a formulation for somebody else. So we were doing lots of things. And then we got into the conferencing business because, of course, you needed to market your business, and we realized that there wasn't a place where people could come and understand what was going on in the industry. The other thing there is get cheap labor, and I'll show you how in a minute. But also you always need money. I was talking to the propeller people out there, and they were like, yeah, we support funding, we support businesses. But actually businesses need money. Yeah? A lot of incubators just want to give you business plans, lots of things that actually at the end of the day don't push the business. We went bust because we ran out of money. Like we say, we bootstrapped until our 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 boots were broken, you know. But and then we parted ways. I mean, Sia is still my friend, so it's important. But what we learned out of there was the conferencing bit. So we then went on to start a conferencing business. It's called Farmer Connect Africa, and it's going really well. We were in Zambia for the first time about a month ago. So we have a conference every year, we bring people together, we even sponsor regulators. So we are actually the only ones in Africa. We have great relationships with industry and with regulators, and we get them into a room and we can talk about things. And then we also, you know, people can come through and exhibit their goods. I think the lessons there are that be lean. So we only have like 2 people we have 1 part-time person and then myself. And then we are patient. There are multiple revenue streams with that because you get exhibitors, you get participants, you get sponsors. But we've built a really good reputation. So now we work with WHO, UNIDO, ICGEB, all of those things. And I love talking to people, so it's quite natural. The other thing that happened was then we entered into this. I think Dr. Mkwebi talked about priorities, and she talked about the National Development Plan, but you would know about the SDGs, right? Right? Yeah, because you need to write the SDGs in all the proposals that you put in, because those are the global challenges. What's SDG number 2? Zero hunger, right? And so we got a grant from SunBio. SunBio is actually very good as well, so you can look them up. The global challenge was use indigenous knowledge to combat hunger, right? Find something around indigenous. So what did we do? We came up with Maheu, and everybody knows that, Maheu. Our Maheu, though, is Maheu that went to NMU University, huh? Didn't go to. It's Maheu that went to private school. So it's got some probiotics in there. And that's the innovation, because mostly probiotics are in dairy products, yeah? Not so much in non-dairy products. So we call our product a non-dairy drinking yogurt. And it's high in protein, high in energy. It's called probiotics and prebiotics. It's gluten-free, it's vegan-friendly, it's lactose-free. So it meets all the kind of global food trends that are there. And then, of course, now it's got some cannabis. So, yeah. And we have a website, it's called Niselo, and it's for everyone. So it's for young kids, it's for, hardworking people, and for students. Actually, our biggest market is taxi drivers, because they don't have time to eat. And cheap labor. Students. Right? Yeah. But they also get to learn how to make products in a non-academic environment, right? Because in an academic environment, everything goes, you know. You don't need to have hair nets, you don't need to have any of those things. Now, this is a living lab where they're actually transitioning into a work environment. So Dr. Mgwebi, instead of having companies, because that's the thing, right? We don't have enough companies to absorb students, right? How about if universities actually set up pilots where products like the one that I talked to you about, Egerton University, you know, they're actually putting products into the market because they have a facility which is compliant. Yeah, because we find that with our pharmacy students, they can't go into industry because there isn't enough absorption there. So this is what we do, and we work with small, this was with a small factory. We've also now set up our own little factory. Yeah. And you can see that the students, I mean, these are my postdoc, is a postdoc fellow there, and then we've got some master students, and we've got undergraduate students, and then we have technicians. So in a sense, it's a living lab where we are training everybody. Yeah. And that's Eric from SunBio. So, okay, so we're almost done. So I was despairing and saying, okay, this Maheo product, sleepless nights, you know, I've got to pay bills, money's not coming in enough. I was almost like on the verge of closing it. And then somebody picked it up on LinkedIn. And we ended up in Scotland. So actually, Maheo is now in Scotland. Yeah. And you know the Scottish love drinking, right? So the first thing, so the first thing they asked me was, is there an alcoholic version of this thing? Like, yeah, of course. I mean, we've been drinking umkomboti for the past 1,000 years. So, yeah. So actually, the one in Scotland is going to be, yes, the non-alcoholic version, but we will also have an alcoholic version. And so we are replicating this because we are working through a university in Scotland and now teaching them what we learned. So when I went to the UK at the border, you know, going through, I was asked, what are you here for? I said, I'm here to do tech transfer to a university in your country. And this woman looked at me like, okay. I said, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Because we are used to bringing in tech from somewhere else, you know, so I'm doing it the other way. So what are the lessons that we've learned from all of this? So there's a place called Marabastad. Every town in South Africa has a kind of Marabastad. You know, this is inner city. If you go and you talk to those women in the inner city, you know, it's worth an MBA degree. They would tell you exactly what their market is, what the market needs are. They're actually extremely very good business people. They don't overstock. They don't hold up their money in inventory or anything like that. They're extremely efficient. And we worked, I mean, we went there to Marabastad, tried to sell our product, and within a minute, they were able to tell us, no, this product is in the wrong place. You need this, you need that, right? So you know, that's very important. And then, of course, co-op skills. I'm just a scientist. I know nothing about marketing strategies. So that's one of the things that we need to co-opt. And I always complain in our university because the business school is there doing its own theory about Amazon and Microsoft, but they're not talking to us who are doing science, which is hopefully more relevant to our environment. So that's why we need those. Yeah. Science sells. Everybody believes in science. Yeah. Because we then made T-shirts that said, you know, invented by Tshwane University of Technology, and people didn't ask us any more questions because they respect universities. Right? Institutional culture, is it enabling? I'm glad that yours is more enabling maybe than ours. Yeah, but we still, you know, we still go on. And then, of course, integrated business development. I think what I want to say is that low tech delivers, but you need to go into acceleration, which is what I was talking to my colleagues at Propel about. So we were lucky that we got into this accelerator. It was a virtual accelerator during COVID, and that really, really helped us. I'm going to end soon. I wanted to talk just briefly about COVID. So in COVID, I came up with an app business. Well, I thought it was a business. I came up with an app, right? Because we're just sitting at home and I asked someone, I have this idea of an app. You know, in COVID, people were worried about someone with COVID and what was going on with them because you couldn't see them. So this app was supposed to update you, to say, you know, I'm okay, I have this, I have that. But what I learned was that an app is not a business. A lot of young people that I meet, because I work with Innovation Hub, they say, hey, I'm developing an app and it's going to be disruptive. It's not. You know, the business is selling that app and making sure that there's uptake to it. Yeah, so don't deceive yourselves. And you're not the one who's supposed to tell us it's disruptive. Huh? The market tells you that it's disruptive. Yeah, okay. And then, digital marketing is the future. So if you have time, just go teach yourself about digital marketing, because whatever it is that you're going to be doing, it's going to be digitally marketed. And there's a lot of information out there now on YouTube about digital markets. I got a lot of free publicity from the university, so that's really good. And then to end, this is it, right? You see all these products, you don't see all the sleepless nights. Yeah. But it's like that. So enjoy the journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I just need to have my laptop connected, but, oh. I think I need some of that Scottish drink, but with alcohol. Or so last week I spoke at the Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education annual, the HOTLA, which is an annual gathering of student entrepreneurship professionals and partners within the space of higher education. And I spoke about, some of the work we do, but I wasn't as nervous as I am today. I think because it's home and I know most of the faces. So, yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to thank Professor Ngwebi, the DVC of Research, Innovation and Internalization, for the opportunity this morning to share a bit on student entrepreneurship as a catalyst for innovation. I'm Karen, and I work within the Department of Student Governance and Development, which resides within the Department of Student Life and Development, where we report to the Dean of Students, Mr. Track. And I'm so thankful for this opportunity, because when I was asked last week, I was so excited, because I know that, just for the opportunity, because sometimes being outside the classroom and not being faculty-based, you are just seen as an add-on, as a nice to have, as something periphery. But the immense value that student entrepreneurship within the university adds to innovation is, like I said, you can't count, it's immeasurable. And the success stories that go with it. So thank you very much again for the opportunity. So where did it all start? In about 2018, we, as the Department of Student Governance and Development, championed the establishment of what we call the Madiba's Youth Entrepreneurship Lab. And in this lab, the aim was to formalize and streamline the coordination of entrepreneurial activities and programs for students, as well as developing an ecosystem that enhances innovation and entrepreneurial thinking. So we have, okay, thank you. Just give me a second. Or maybe 3 seconds. There we go. I'm a technophobe, so I always call on the students, do this, do that, so I have absolutely no clue of how to do these things sometimes. So, so let me continue while he's, so in setting up the Madiba's Youth Entrepreneurship Lab, we aligned with the strategic objective of Vision 2030 of the university, and that is to align with, we have made sure that we align, and that is to provide co-curricular and co-curricular experiential learning opportunities that cultivate innovative entrepreneurial mindsets and enhance the readiness
of graduates for life and work. So that is our strategic goal, and we made sure that we aligned with the Vision 2030 of the university. We adopted a bottom-up approach, which means that we knocked on doors, yes, but we had a bottom-up approach by listening to the voices of students. What do students want in the space? And then we decided to use tools such as questionnaires to assess the students' appetite for entrepreneurship, followed by interviews, and of course, benchmarking other universities, and looking at what are the needs of students within the space. Thank you very much. Oh, can you see me? So that was our starting point when we started off as the Madiba's Youth Entrepreneurship Lab, making sure that we not only create an ecosystem for student entrepreneurship to thrive in, but also to make sure that we build an ecosystem which promotes and fosters innovation within the university. I think I touched on that. So student entrepreneurship programs plays a pivotal role in fostering a culture of innovation on our campuses. These programs have the power to shape the future by nurturing the next generation of innovators. Let's explore how student entrepreneurship programs can be a driving force for innovation. Firstly, student entrepreneurship advances a culture of innovation. Now, you will agree with me, those who are researchers and academics will agree that students often bring a fresh perspective and creative ideas to the table. They are not bound by conventional thinking, and they can think outside the box, leading to innovative business solutions to problems, as you have seen in his student entrepreneurship journey. Innovation often involves taking risks. Student entrepreneurs are given the space to fail, to learn, and to iterate on the ideas, which is a crucial aspect of the innovation process. Also, I want to add that being in a student environment is considered a low-risk environment for entrepreneurship. Why? Because students typically have fewer financial responsibilities, they're not adulting yet, and can afford to take calculated risks, allowing them to experiment with innovative ideas without fear of failure. And in entrepreneurship, we say we don't fail, we fail forward. We have developed at the university, some of the work which we have done, we've developed a policy in our department allowing students to operate businesses on campus. Now, what you don't know is that we have about 9 student businesses at PE campuses and 2 at George campus, where they have students run a tuck shop, they run a salon at the George campus. We also at our PE campus, we have our students running tuck shops, as well as we have 2 driving schools, which you may not know of, on campus. Now, these are student entrepreneurs, and if I think of the total number of, they themselves employ about 30 other or more students at these spaces where they operate. So it's job creation right there. So we don't just leave these students to operate their businesses, we also provide them with support. They have to make sure, like he spoke earlier about regulations, we make sure that they comply with the necessary regulations, because as you know, you can't just sell a worstel, right? You have to comply with various regulations, you have to comply with, have to have the necessary, they have to be registered and so forth. We put them through a program of providing them with financial, we provide them almost like an incubation where we provide them with financial skills, how to sell, and so forth. So that is one of the projects which we run in the center. Then, of course, we spoke earlier about the DVC on transdisciplinary collaboration. And that is so important because at some universities, you'll find that it is very limiting when student entrepreneurship sometimes is centered in different areas of different universities. It's located differently. You'll find that student entrepreneurship is located in career services at UCT, where they roll out their entrepreneurship programs. You'll find that at other universities, it's located within a specific faculty. You'll find that in some universities, like DUT, they have what they call an InnoBiz, which is a whole hub where all entrepreneurial activity is situated. In our case, it's situated within student affairs, and that actually gives it an advantage in the fact that we can then nurture cross-disciplinary collaboration, which means that in the space, it's not faculty-based. It means that students across all disciplines come together and receive entrepreneurial support. So having a cross-disciplinary approach leads to the convergence of diverse perspectives and ideas, which is often the breeding ground for groundbreaking innovations. So on campus, we have 4 student organizations which we have specific focus on entrepreneurship, and their chairpersons are here. We have Fidel, who's the chairperson of Ecosystem. We have Yolokazi there at the back, and she was the starter of an organization called Start Small Foundation. We have Enactus, which is a global society who's heard of Enactus. It's a global student organization focusing on social entrepreneurship and also addressing sustainable development goals. And then, of course, we have what we started at the Nelson Mandela University. We started the first Student Women Economic Empowerment Program chapter, which is a chapter which is Eddie started SWEEP and we started chapter. We were the first university to roll that out, and the focus there is supporting female student entrepreneurs. And as you know, we as women have a lot of barriers when it comes to being an entrepreneur. We have many more challenges. And then also to obviously look at addressing social ills such as gender-based violence. So SWEEP becoming an advocate for gender-based violence. So that is all the activity. There's so much happening in this space. As student entrepreneurship, we try to provide resources and support, and this is done through mentorship and networking. Students have the opportunity to work closely with experienced mentors who can guide them through the entrepreneurial journey, providing valuable insights and advice. And we run a program, a UCDP-funded program, University Capacity Development Program, called SEED, which is Student Employability Entrepreneurship Development Program. It focuses on 3 main areas. We have employability workshops, which is 10. We run 10 employability workshops because we do realize that students also seek employment. And we have found that students who have innovative thinking can think out of the box. Entrepreneurial thinkers become more employable than students who are not. So that is our SEED program, focusing on mentorship. And also we have a peer mentorship program where we have students who have been in business for more than 2 years, where they peer mentor other entrepreneurs. And then we also have networking, of course, which is an underrated value for any entrepreneur. Am I still good for time? Oh. But let me conclude. I just want to share one of the stories here, and I'll share Fidel's story. And let me just allow me to end off DVC. Yeah, I'm going to share Fidel's story with you, and he's here today. So share his story of the work of student entrepreneurship and the role it plays in the life of just one student. Let's hope it plays.
Good day, my name is Akarambo Fidel Maulawula, and I'm the chairperson of the ecosystem. And I am the proud owner of Mandela Audio Connections, and also a seed mentor. So let me start with where my entrepreneurial journey started. In 2021, when I enrolled for a course that was hosted by Madiba's Youth Entrepreneurship Lab and the Wonder Money Foundation. It really sharpened my entrepreneurial skills. To be honest, it was sharpened because I had no entrepreneurial skills to begin with. But when I left the course, I knew so much. I was ready to start my own business. A year later, in 2022, I launched and started my business, Mandela Audio Connections, and they gave me support. Madiba's Youth Entrepreneurship Lab literally walked the journey from the day I decided that I wanted to open my business to today. It's been amazing. My entrepreneurial journey has been so amazing. And then this year, in 2023, I managed to I was then appointed as the chairperson of an entrepreneur society, and it's been amazing. The different programs that we've had with Madiba's Youth Entrepreneurship Lab, also including the Chiller Network. So we decided to get in one room and say that, we need to chill and we need to network and we need to create a space where entrepreneurs can together, come together and create an ecosystem where we can discuss, the challenges that we face in the space with Nelson Mandela University, so that we can better enhance the ecosystem and better enhance entrepreneurship here in the university. One of the most important things that we're also working with in terms of the lab is the Business of Art Week. The Business of Art Week is where we bridge the gap between business and art. And it's been so amazing because now we are having a 5-day event. And in those 5 days, we have a 3 days symposium where we literally talk about art entrepreneurship. And Madiba's Youth Lab has played a key part in making this event come to pass, and I cannot wait for that event. But my entrepreneurial journey is so long, but I hope you enjoyed this.
Yeah, so
Hey,
you
my
see,
name is Akarambo Fidama
we just,
and I'm the chairperson of the ecosystem.
Hi,
And
my name is
Oh,
am
yeah,
the proud owner of Mandela and also a CDO.
so as you can see, that's Vidal, very excited, and also taking the opportunity to pitch in that his event next week, his Business of Art event next week. So true entrepreneur right there, making sure that he pitch. I hope you need to come and hand out pamphlets tomorrow. So as we move forward, let us recognize the immense potential of student entrepreneurship programs to shape a more innovative and prosperous future. By investing in student entrepreneurship, we invest in innovation, and by investing in innovation, we invest in a brighter future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karen. Actually, Brian's here, so Brian, you can just stand up so they can see you. No, I mean not Brian. What's his name?
Fidel.
Fidel. Sorry. I was talking about Brian just now. Yeah, just sleeping. Sorry, Fidel. Sorry. Lastly, colleagues, because we couldn't get Brian, that's why I'm saying Brian now. We've got our own PhD candidate from the Faculty of Business and Economic Sciences, who is also the CEO of Mtwini Holdings, and his name is Mkhonto Mtwini, young optimistic leader with a distinguished career in the hospitality, transportation, and agriculture industry. And Mkhonto is going to be sharing with us his own journey, and also I hope he's going to speak about what he does at the business school. He's doing his PhD at the Nelson Mandela Business School. And over to you, Mkhonto.
Good morning. As indicated, my name is Mkhonto Mtwini, and I am based here in the Nelson Mandela Bay. I am in the agricultural sector, primary agriculture to be specific, and within citrus, that's where we're currently operating. I manage what we refer to as otherwise as an online cloud-based billing and management system within the agricultural sector. To just make it simple, we pay people's wages on time, every time, accurate wages. So that's what we do. I don't know how much time do I have to share? Yes. Okay. 10 minutes. Okay, I'll take 5 of the 10 then. Thank you. Maybe I'll start with a little story my grandfather told me when he came back from Cape Town. My grandfather was an entrepreneur. He worked in Cape Town as a janitor for quite a while. And when he came back and he resigned, there's a story that he liked to share. And I think it's something that he must have heard somewhere while he was in Cape Town. The question he always asked us is, who shall bail the cat? Who shall bail the cat? He would often be heard saying. And I shared this story with a good friend of mine, trying to now summarize this entrepreneurial journey. At the beginning of time, he would say, all of the mouses in the world got together and had a conference in Mandela. And there they were, all of the mouses in the world. And there was one problem that they had to now solve. It was the problem of the cat. Right. This cat that was terrorizing these mouse. And they concluded at the end of the conference, we know exactly how we are going to address this problem with this cat. What we are going to do as a resolution of the conference is that we are going to bail this cat so that when the cat comes around the corner, we can hear it and it gives us enough warning time so that we can all disperse where we are. And that was the conclusion of the conference. Now, a little mouse in the corner got up and posed the question to the delegates and said, I hear you, and I think this is a sound resolution to our problem. What I would, however, want to know is who shall bail the cat? And to this day, the mouse are still being terrorized by the cat. So, colleagues, I think entrepreneurial journey that I've been on is very much similar to that. I think entrepreneurs are those silly ones that decide to actually go and bail that cat. And I'm saying that because today we can say that we are running a business that employs over 3,000 people through its payroll per annum currently. That's what we're managing today. And since we started in 2012, in the various spaces that we've been in, we've turned over just under R500 million in total, if I can take it that cumulative effect. But it's not always been, the case. In between having to sit at the CCMA and having to, spend a full day at the CCMA and be told how it is your responsibility, employer. The onus is on you to ensure that the employee who does not come to work on Monday, you must go and check if they are okay. You must follow up, you must send this registered mail, and you are sitting there with the registered mail, right? Proof that you did. But you must now go and also check if it was delivered and he received it, etc. That's the one aspect of it. You have to deal with your financiers. I was fortunate enough to be financed by a company at the beginning called Old Mutual. They've got a section, Masisizane Fund. They said, MK put 5 million rand, and we needed 5 million rand. We were in the market for over 3 years, wanting to start. We were knocking on doors, trying to sell this business thing. Went everywhere in the Eastern Cape. Masisizane said, MK will give you the money. We said, come, we want it. We took the money. When we started working, we found, this money is a bit expensive. But when you want the money, you don't realize how expensive the money is. I think for those of us who are in the space will realize what I'm referring to when I'm talking about expensive money. Some money is quite expensive. And you struggle to pay it back. While you're doing that, you've got your business partners as well. So we've moved from the HR, we're looking at finances now. And then you've got your business partners as well that you need to contend with in the business. For the first time in my life, I found myself at the High Court because between ourselves, so that's the legal. I saw Ulin Biggs here earlier on. She taught me, I think in 2006 at a time, So there's the legal aspect as well, not just the IR. There's also the legal aspect and your MOUs between your partners and how you govern the relationships between yourselves, how you split when you start doing well, and what happens when you're not doing well, right? And there we were at the High Court and we had to liquidate, right? And then you move from that and then you're looking at the marketing side as well of the business, you know. I see Uta Saida, one of the guys I work with, is just walked in. Exactly what it is that we are selling. You know, what are you selling, MK? Because you walk into someone's office and you need to tell them, this is what I'm selling. And you need to do that succinctly in a way that they understand it as well, and you need to carry that message out consistently. You know, and we sit and we try and work out, this is what we're selling, right? Who are we selling it to? All right, this is who we're selling it to. You segment and then, all right, what are we wanting to say to them? And then you develop a message. Where do you want to pitch in the market? And then you, all right, so what's your, we call it a purple car. Where's the purple car? What's your guarantee? You know, eventually you get to some sort of a guarantee like with Debonairs who would say if it's cold, then it's free. If your pizza is cold, it's free. Or you go to another pizza place where they'll tell you, you'll always get 2 for 1. Who's that? Roman's Pizza. So everyone's giving a guarantee somewhere. So eventually we get to some sort of purple cow effect, or what they call otherwise as a USP, or unique selling proposition. Where do you then communicate that? What platform do you use? We spoke about X and the Twitter earlier on as well. Hey, you find that we now need to deal with the Department of Labor regarding transformation and regarding employment equity, ensuring that the various groups that we have, the designated groups, are represented in our company. And you're sitting there with a representative from the Department of Labor, trying to explain to them, no man, our recruitment process has been fair. This is our position on these issues. This is how we implement it. This is the procedure. And then you have to deal with that as well, right? You get the marketing done. You've spoken to the legal aspect of it. We've spoken to the relationships between the partners. We spoke earlier on around the issues of financing of the businesses as well. So we're dealing with now the different legislations that we now have to also have a head for. So in a manner of speaking, yes, we are here where we are now, but I can assure you, someone throughout has had to be bailing the cat, as I indicated earlier on. And it's not as rosy, but I can assure you, and the students as well, profits are better than wages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My panelists, I'm going to open it up now for questions. And then after the questions, we will take a small break for coffee and then come back. But thank you very much, my panelists, for these wide range reflections and insights. And I'm hoping that these lessons are sparking some innovation or innovative ideas. The reason we're doing this is because universities also want to teach entrepreneurial skills. Not that just the academic content, but the skills that you can use not only in your own business, but you can also use it just as a way of life, because I think these are life lessons that you are sharing. And any questions are welcome. There's a first question here. There's someone doing the mics.
Good morning. Thank you very much to all the panelists. My name is Priscilla Mensah, and I'm from Nelson Mandela University. David, my question is for you, because I was very impressed by the entrepreneurial mindset that you displayed, and I wondered what inspired it, because it started off at student level, and you also had a side hustle as you were working and have a family and. So I'm curious about what inspired the entrepreneurial mindset. And then my second question is, how are you protecting the Niselo IP?
Okay, we'll have a second question. We'll take 3 questions at a time and then ask the panelists to respond. Artie?
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much for the presentation. Yeah, I'm also interested in the Nicelo product as well, because I'm an entrepreneur myself. I've been selling irostile, which is like a traditional Xhosa bread, for the past 10 years at home. But my challenge has been to transform something that is traditional into a commercial product. So I just want to understand the science behind the product and how one can actually try and take that traditional product into like a commercial and global level, especially with the backing from, you know, the sciences and stuff in terms of preservation and so forth.
Morning, my name is Petrus, also from Nelson Mandela University. My question is for Ms. Snyman. With the support for student entrepreneurship, does your department provide a financial support to these students? And if so, what is the top cap?
Okay, David, let's start with you.
Thanks, Dr. Mins. I was hoping you'd not ask me that question. What inspired me? So I've been I've actually been thinking about it, and I've realized it's not money that inspired me. I think it's just curiosity, and then problem solving, because you need to just think. So all along it was just like, okay, there's an opportunity, and I see a lot of opportunities. I think actually what I find the biggest problem I have is lack of focus. So maybe that's the other lesson there that you see. I've had all these ideas and not really focused on one. But maybe it's also because I'm an academic, so I can afford. That's the beauty of doing research and innovation in a university space. I still get paid my salary, and I can afford to have all these ideas. And then normally I have students who actually push the ideas forward. So I think that's important. Yeah.
I think also being exposed, in my experience with students, being exposed to an entrepreneurship culture at the university, really just, you heard from Fidel, who knew absolutely nothing about entrepreneurship, but joined the program, and through that, it enhanced his entrepreneurial thinking and inspired him to become an entrepreneur. And if you also see in my other video, it speaks to a student who is an intern in my office, but because she has been exposed to entrepreneurship and she has had absolutely no interest in it, also discovered discovered that she could actually venture into entrepreneurship. And she's an A student, she's a VC, top graduate, and she was going to get a job tomorrow, but she's actually now decided that she is going to start a business. So that is the value of student entrepreneurship within universities.
Yeah. And I think if we reflect on Edison, right, he invented so many things. A lot of them were failures. I think it's the light bulb that became like his big thing. So I think sometimes the more ideas we put out there, it's actually good sometimes not to be focused. Put out ideas. I think my great-grandchildren are the ones who are going to to benefit from the money, not me. But it's like that with, so that's the one. And then in terms of IP, so Nicelo comes out of the university, and the university has a very clear, there's a very active tech transfer office. So we had to sit around and say, how do we protect this? In fact, I didn't want to be the entrepreneur for Nicelo, but we couldn't find anybody else. So one time, then they said, but why don't you guys start the business? Why don't you spin it out? Yeah. So I don't know if this university has a good spin-out culture, but that's also very important, that the university has that, but also supports the spin-out. And that's one of the things that's lacking here. We have 60,000 students, but the university is not buying enough of our product. And I've been saying to them, we don't need to go anywhere else if you buy 30,000 units a month, you know? So I think that's important. And then there was a question around traditional products and how you actually commercialize them. So there's something else that we do called design thinking. So I had to go through a design thinking course. And I don't know if you have that here, but design thinking is, what does the customer want? How do they want it? You know, in terms of packaging, in terms of the look. So it would be worth you know, going into a design thinking course to understand so that you build a customer-centric product. Yeah. With Nicelo, for instance, you'll find that there are two formats. So there's a format which is a see-through format. And I like to see what I'm drinking. It's like Coke, right? But there are some people who say, no, it looks dirty. So we started making that white packaging for them, because we are listening constantly to what the customer wants. And I think acceleration is important. So it's not just about incubating a business, it's then about putting them into an accelerator. Again, Propeller was saying, you know, it's like a year. You need more time to accelerate projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. That was one of the areas I was going to touch on in terms of the university assisting with providing resources for student entrepreneurs to promote innovation. And at the moment, we do not have a seed funding. It's called seed funding. We do not have a seed funding mechanism. But now that our incubator will hit the ground, launched probably by November. And I would like to invite you to come and have a look at our Center for Entrepreneurship. It's located at the North Campus. Please pop in. It's such a beautiful space for student entrepreneurs. It's got a maker space, boardroom, and a working space for student entrepreneurs. And I would really invite you to come and visit. Please bring chocolate. But we're also in the process of appointing a center manager, and that will be one of the key areas we will look at. When it comes to seed funding, I was going to wink at DVC because I know they have budgets. But it's definitely something which will be, in the future, will be something which will be open for all student entrepreneurs. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Karen. David, I'm going to take the last round of questions. There's one there, the second row, fourth row. Oh, yes, and the front row.
Thank you. My question is for Brian, right? MK, sorry.
Wow.
My question is for MK. I'm asking this because I think you could probably relate to the question much better. And my question is the role of men in women empowerment. That is something that is becoming a norm, and that's a conversation that I think that us as men who are in this generation where we have women empowerment as one of the most key things that we're focusing on. My question is that what do you and I concentrate on? How do you and I play, which role do we play, you know, in becoming catalysts for women empowerment? That we become people that support it and become people that are for it. That is my question to you.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Yeah, so my question actually goes to you, sir. Where I did my master's degree, I discovered that it is compulsory for every student. I think second year and third year to take a module on entrepreneurship. So I want to, and I believe from the what I've listened to this morning, I believe that you actually have that journey, not just in academics now, but I think you, if I get you correctly, I think you fill that gap between the outside, the world, I mean, in terms of business and the academic aspect of it. So I want to, because I believe that the entrepreneurship can actually be a solution to unemployment in every society. So instead of just empowering students alone, and at the end of the day, you give them a certificate that they need somebody who already established to work with. Instead of that, why can't we encourage students to have a sort of a background? So I want to ask you, sir, how can we bring this into the university's environment to make sure that for every student who pass through our university, it's a must for them to have the knowledge of entrepreneurship. That is one. And in doing that, I believe entrepreneurship does not end in selling products. During my PhD, especially the second year, 2021, 2020, it was a COVID, and so it was a very tough time. I spent a lot of money, and I wasn't doing anything. So 2021, I began to do some kind of render services. And like my brother pointed out, in fact, I make money more than people who are actually earning salary. You understand me? Because you just sit down in your office, you can't determine what you can make in a day. You understand me? People keep calling me, oh, can you do this for? Can you do this for? So in a nutshell, how can we bring the spirit of entrepreneurship into the system to ensure that everybody who passed through the university have that? Thank you.
The third one, Dr. Mutapo, and then I'll allow the fourth one from Dr. Kumede, and that will be the last question.
Hi, I have a question firstly for David, and I wanted to ask about enablers that we need within universities to develop this kind of entrepreneurship system that you have already done at UT. For example, you were mentioning about testing facilities and the ecosystem. I did a postdoc in the US, and it was also kind of entrepreneurship driven. And there is always that link between the academic research and being entrepreneurial. It's kind of entrenched in how the research is done. And I'm just thinking about how we can create these enablers for that. To Karen, I think the big issue that we have is we always want students to come that already have business ideas, and we want to incubate them. But like this gentleman was saying, you actually need to create an environment where it's part of learning. Entrepreneurship becomes part of the curriculum. We can design thinking. You have to go, in Stellenbosch, you have to go to the launch lab to attend a design thinking workshop for 2 hours. And that's supposed to somehow, make sure that you become an entrepreneur. But entrepreneurship actually can be applied in any setting. In fact, every student can learn it and apply those innovation principles, those entrepreneurship principles in a workplace, in a research lab, anywhere. So you can apply. It's a mindset thing. So I think that at institutional level, we actually need to work around this instead of just waiting for people to come with products and ideas, but rather develop them, develop the mindset of entrepreneurship. And I don't know what you are doing, so that my question is, what are you doing around that?
Please introduce yourself before you speak.
Oh, sorry. Too late for me. My son. Okay, hi. My name is Palesa Mutapo. I just joined this week as Director Research Support and Management.
Hi, my name is Mobile Gomede. I'm from the Innovation Office or Tech Transfer Office at Nelson Mandela University. And my question is for MK. So one of the things that entrepreneurs, especially early stage, get concerned about is raising funding. And I like your comment that some funding is expensive. In many ways, it's expensive in terms of the interest and other obligations as well. So I wanted to find out if you can share with us your journey in raising funding for your business and maybe the main things for entrepreneurs in the room that you wish you knew then that you can share as lessons learned. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. May I, it doesn't matter who starts. I think it's the...
Okay. Maybe I can go first. Thank you. If it's okay, maybe we can start with the last one that was directed at me. But I think before I go there as well, I'd also maybe like to say to the university, we are always happy to look at some funding as well for some good ideas. So we open to those discussions around funding and possible equities. Just if you say there's no budget in place, we open to that conversation.
Thank you. The power of networking.
Yeah. I think then to come back to the last question, thank you for that. Raising funding. I think one, it's important to know what it is that you are selling. There's nothing worse than walking into someone's office and then you have to then speak on your, be it your balance sheet, you have to speak on your income statement, you have to speak on your cash flow statements, and then you sit there literally with a mouthful of teeth. It does not inspire confidence. So you have to be conversant with the numbers. Yes, there's a story that you need to tell, which is what you are selling, the story. But you have to support that story with uzas, numbers, you must be conversant with them. If I ask you what are your costs, for example, if you're running a transport company on month 6 for your maintenance, what are you looking at? You have to tell them on month 6, because we know that our tires, for example, in this bus give us 30,000 kilometers. If we're doing 10,000 kilometers, call it for every 2 months, then on month 6 we have to replace those tires. Each tire is 4,500 rand. Therefore, we've got 8 tires in a bus. It's going to cost us so much. That's what we month 6. Now, if you're sitting in someone's office and you are able to leave that business plan like that, that's already inspiring confidence. You might very well find that they'll even find you, not because they like your idea, but just because they like you and your preparedness. All right. So I would say a bigger portion of it is around the preparation for funding. Also regarding funding, there are institutions out there. For example, you've got your ECTCs, you've got your NEFs, you've got all of these different entities, but you must know what mandates they have, because each of these houses have different mandates. So you'll find that you'll walk into a specific office and you are wanting to be funded for, be it for property, but they will tell you we don't fund property. Then you walk out of there feeling a bit, like disappointed, etc. But it's not the case. They have funding, but for a specific mandate. So it's always important to know who's got a mandate for what and up until how much do they have a mandate for. Once you know that, and then you have to know your business plan. You have to leave it. And I think raising funds is one of the, the issue is not the money. If your idea is sound, there's a need for it in the market, you can get funding. There's no two ways about it. If you've got a sound idea that is researched well, you then move it from a concept or an idea, you then move it, call it from an idea to a concept, to a business plan, then to a bankable business plan. It has to go through those different stages. Because some of us entrepreneurs think that when you have an idea, we have a business plan. And those are two completely different things. You have to move it through those different stages. And once you get to the last one, you must be able to rattle it. I must wake you up in the morning. You must tell me what it is about. Okay?
Thank you.
So that's the one around raising funds. So if, I think the gentleman behind Mr. Chwene here asked about if there are possible seed funding. As I said, businesses are always looking to invest, and we're one of them. I'm then going to go back to the gentleman in the corner there who asked about the role of women and empowerment, and I think you're talking around transformation. That's the sense that I get. Uta Saida, once again, who I work with, is still standing by the door there. A lot in the area of transformation, or rather what he likes to call turning the page, because he always says the page will turn. The page has to turn. And that transformation is for those that have whose mind has already been transformed. So if your mind is not transformed, you're going to sickle with transformation. And when we talk transformation, one needs to get a sense of what it is that we are talking about. Because we use a lot of these big words, be it transformation, innovation, research, necessity, and entrepreneurship. You find that when you string them together, you can't even quite make sense of what are we saying here. And to simplify it, maybe for ourselves, then to say, when we talk empowerment and we talk transformation and we talk women, maybe I can take it to one of the lessons I learned in my MBA when I was doing it here, in statistics, which I happened to have failed, by the way. But I went back and I passed. Because I was told that the sun would come up again. You must just try. You must just try. One of the lessons I learned doing statistics was that statistics are, you get lies, they would say. You get bloody lies, and then you get statistics, right? And when you talk about empowerment and women, for example, if we are to use that analogy, when we look at this room, and this room is your market, your total available market, and you find that the mean here is, call it the average, is you've got more women than men in here. Or you've got your mode, which are some of your statistical, yes. And then you've got your most occurring number of, call it, now you're segmenting the market. You're wanting to get who's here, because you need to sell them something. So when you're selling them something, you need to know who you're speaking to, right? And that's how you begin to do that. But now if you're selling a product and your total available market, call it is let's use a unit of 10. Of the 10 that you are selling to, 7 are women, right? And those 7 that are women are not transformed. When you talk transformation socially and economically, in other words, they can spend, then you find that you as the entrepreneur have got a smaller market that you're selling to 3 people in effect. So I think it's in our interest, therefore, those of us with an already transformed mind who realize that the more empowered these women are, the more empowered these designated groups are, the bigger the size of the market for amagwinya etu, as the gentleman at the back wants to sell amagwinya, that you can sell to. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So there was a question about entrepreneurship training. So I must congratulate NMU because I was really impressed with what you're doing here. But entrepreneurship is not for everyone. So let's make that clear. However, entrepreneurship training is for everyone. Yeah? Because, I find a place like Southern Africa is very ideology driven. Right? We tend to look at making money as dirty. Capital is really bad because we don't have enough entrepreneurship training. We don't actually understand that, making money, the private sector being involved in providing services is important. When you go to Kenya, East Africa, they have a different kind of ideology mindset. Kenyans will make money and they will be happy to talk about the fact that they're making money. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying entrepreneurship training is important. When I was in pharmacy school, we had to do business as a course, right? Because obviously pharmacy is about selling products. But then I find that the doctors are not very good at business because they don't do, a business course. So that's why actually everybody, if I had my way, everybody should do something around, business training, entrepreneurship. And let me be clear here to say that entrepreneurship is not forex trading. right? Because all the young people, like my daughter was like, yeah, I'm gonna retire to Malibu because I would have sold lots of, I would have done forex trading and all of that. It's not these overnight type of things, multi-level marketing, whatever it is. Entrepreneurship is hard because it's about building businesses, right? Yeah. So let's say that. I was in Uganda once, not too long ago, and I saw for the first time in my life a wheelbarrow that had been made of wood. I don't know if you've ever seen a wooden wheelbarrow. Yeah? And I thought it was great innovation, because this person had sat down and made their own wheelbarrow. And that's the kind of sort of entrepreneurship that we want. And by the way, Uganda tends to be one of the most entrepreneurial countries in the world, if you look at their index. So we need that. We need people to be making products so that, as doctors or pharmacists, we are not selling products that are coming from India. We're actually selling products that are made here. And that is possible. We can make products in this country. Then there was a question on industry linkages. Yeah, so there's this thing that we call university-industry collaborations. We're not putting enough emphasis on that, but we do need to incentivize industry to come to the party. The linkages are very weak. Our industry is there, but that's because our industry is busy importing Chinese goods and selling, They're not looking at, Nelson Mandela has this rubber nano. No, we want to go and buy Beijing nano because it's, for whatever, it's cheaper. Yeah, so we need that. And the other thing is, there's somebody who said, when we put these research proposals together, maybe we should have an element there at the end that says, how is your research going to impact society, right? And because it's not always about business, but we need an impact that justifies, because that's taxpayers' money. Are we justifying taxpayers' money, or we're just saying, I want to have a PhD and I'm going to research whatever it is, despite the fact there's a PhD about the dress sense of United States first ladies. People are doing that kind of research. Yeah? How does it impact on South Africa and on Africa?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
You still?
Last one, I'll be very, very brief. I just want to support the gentleman in the front to say that I think something which the university seriously needs to address is looking at a module or a program for all students at the university, an academic program, an entrepreneurship program. Rightfully so, because students won't only become job seekers, but job creators, but also job seekers who have innovative thinking and who are out-of-the-box thinkers, and that is what we want. I mean, if you take a medical student, when he leaves here, he becomes a medical practitioner, but does he have the business skills to be able to run a successful business? And that is what we need to look at. And thanks, is it Matapo? Thank you very much for the question, and welcome to Mandela University. Yes, we do look at students, taking them from ideation through to developing them into SMEs, and that will be the role of our incubator, as well as looking at various entrepreneurial partnering with institutions such as Wadwani Foundation, where we attempt to look at business ideas and supporting students then to take that idea and then to make it into a growing or a business. So I think that as student entrepreneurship, it's got a long way to go, but it's a work in progress, but it's something which all universities, all 26 universities within South Africa are working towards through communities of practice. And if you want to know more about that, you can go to the www.edhe.co.za and look at the work being done across the country within the 26 universities when it comes to entrepreneurship.
Thank you very much to my panelists. I'm sorry that we've gone over time, but we will catch up. A warm round of congratulations to the panel. And it's been very, very interesting. Thank you very much for your contributions. I hope you're going to stay a little bit with us to continue with the conversations and to speak to you during coffee tea. We're now going to take a short break for coffee, and we should come back at 11:30. And we will have that session on women barriers, linking to the transformation. Thank you.
Karen Snyman. Oops. We will meet sometime. Thank you. Yeah.
Sure. Video needs to play. No, it's a video. Yeah. So the video is here. So Governor, you extend it. So Does it look like space bar? I just space bar. Ah, yeah. Okay. Sure. But then my thing is, must I now go back to that setting? It's fine like this. So yeah, when are you can I've already done. Yeah. Sure. What else do I need? That venue. So the guy that's having the Zoom thing that side, I've sorted him out with the link and he's going to use his laptop. Venue 4. Lecture 4. Whatever. That other one where you guys set up audio and screen. Yeah. So there's a guy there at 2 o'clock. He's having his own presentation. Yeah. His one is just basically screen and audio, that's it. Because his people are going to be on Zoom. Yes. He needs the screen on that side and a mic for him, and that's it. Because then everything else, yeah, but then he'll connect his laptop to Zoom, and then the presentation will just pop up there. Where people speak from there. Yeah, for his laptop, yeah, it's going to be facing him, so he's fine, he can do his presentation there. And then after that, the same laptop, he'll use it just to project on your screen as well. We just need one HDMI. Ja, dat is goed. Die ligt prachtig vandaag. You should check your phone. I left you a little present. What time is that? What do I also need to check? Check something a little later.
I'm going to get the respondent thing now.
Rasuthina manje akuncedisa ewe umani ngibona uba uthi umuntu ukhetha nawo ebumzeke lawo yala wena unazo sifezo eziyotshona
Oh, you did! Hi, well, how are you? When did you land?
Last night.
Hey, how was the flight in?
nathi into yayo nale
Oh, lokha
noma ukhulula apha ifane naleya
ukhula phi?
no ukhulula le handle yonke
Ewe.
uyifake ngapha kweli cala uyifuna kulo
But lokuba mna ndifuna ngaphi right?
so izoba se-right
Njani?
uyabona ise-right ngo
Okay,
xa uyikhuphile apha the whole
uyifake ngapha.
uyifake ngapha
But
xa uyijikile le ndawo iba kwalapha e-right
but the thing is kaloku xa ilapha kweli cala i-handle so andikwazi u-operator lock in and while I'm moving.
no i-strategy kusebenzisa ulokho umyeke usebenzise le ibe ku-tight xa iku-tight le ulokho wakho umyeke kule ndawo kuyo isebenze ngale ayenzi into uyibeka be-level ubuyithe iya kuloo ndawo ubuyithe iya kuloo ndawo ungayilokhanga
Zake ndiyitheste because the other time yayindisokolisa because inoba ndandiyilokhe yaba too tight because ndandifike ndithi xa ndifuna ukuthi ndiyamuva iqhume yabo iqhume okanye no zake ndiyitheste ngolo hlobo utsho ngalo.
Thursday. Okay, can we invite everyone to take their seats? I am standing in for Dr. Mugwebi and very happy to chair the next session. My name is Dr. Priscilla Mensah. I am the acting head of the Mandela International Office and also Director for Research Development. The theme of the next session, and I must say I'm joined on stage by Dr. Palesa Motabo. Our next session looks at persistent barriers to women leadership in STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine, and its implications for the SDGs and the higher education system. We have a video presentation from Dr. Shirley Malcolm, who has been in the business of capacity development with focus on women. And she is the Senior Advisor to the CEO and Director of the Sea Change Initiative at the American Association for Advancement of Science. So we will have her video presentation, and then we will have a response from Dr. Motabo.
I am happy to be able to join you here virtually. I haven't figured out yet how to be both in California and South Africa at the same time. So I want to thank you for allowing me to be able to participate in this format. I want to begin by acknowledging that while much of my experience in higher education and gender-related issues in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, while much of my experience is drawn from American institutions, there's wide variation among them, such as very high research-intensive institutions such as Harvard or University of California, Berkeley. But they also include institutions such as HBCUs, or historically Black colleges and universities, which may still have research aspects, but where those institutions are much more committed to teaching and serving students, especially from marginalized and minoritized communities, and also having research serve those communities. And so I do, in fact, have a broader set of experiences that may encompass institutions that look a lot more like yours, not just the big American research behemoths that we think about, consider the situation for women in STEM. But the women in STEM with whom I have interacted over the decades come from around the world, including work that I have participated in South Africa. And these women seem to share many of the same kinds of concerns and challenges, no matter where they come from. Their location, their countries of origin, their countries where they work, these may affect the degree and the nature of challenges that the women face, but they don't, in fact, affect the fact of the challenges. The kinds of things that they experience, the nature of their interactions with other scientists or engineers. And oftentimes, women's place within the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics ecosystem gets ascribed to things that have absolutely nothing to do with their capacity to perform well or to bring their talents to science. The prevailing narrative has often been that what happens to us or where we land or our opportunities that we have are often the result of the choices that we make, that we have ended up wherever we've ended up because of the decisions that we have made with regard to our education and with regard to our careers. But the data don't necessarily support that. The data that I look at, and that's data that comes from the US as well as data that we see when we look at UNESCO data or other kinds of data. Those data say that there is oftentimes pay inequity. Women who are doing the same work or in the same positions are not receiving the same compensation. The data often say that they have different workloads, that they may in fact be teaching the same numbers of classes or what have you, or doing the same research intensity, but in fact that their workload includes a lot of service efforts that they are expected to perform, and that their male colleagues aren't necessarily expected to perform that same amount of service or that work in the community, or whatever the administrative or management aspects that are part of the ongoing work of departments. And when the women do carry out this kind of work, it's not necessarily valued. It isn't something that will get you promoted to the next level or get you the kind of recognition that you might deserve. In a recent book entitled The Exceptions, Nancy Hopkins, MIT, and the Fight for Women in Science, author Kate Zernicki tells the story of a very famous case that happened at MIT. This was where the senior-most women in science, they were all full professors, began to feel that something was a little bit different and amiss about their treatment compared to that of men faculty. It started with Nancy Hopkins, who was trying to get more space for her research. And she went and tried to make the case of needing the space because she had gotten new grants and she had gotten all of the things that she needed in order to make the case for more space. But where she was denied the additional space and kind of just put to one side that she was whiny or just trying to say that things weren't that they were one way when they seemed a different way. So what she did was that she actually crept into the buildings at night and measured the space herself. And when she did that, she realized that people who were far junior to her, men who were far junior to her, had more space for their research than she did, even though she had active grants, new money, a real need for the space. So she began to collect the data to document that what she was sensing was in fact real. And then she, being unsure about whether or not she should make these data make a bigger deal about them, she went to talk quietly with some of her women colleagues. And she had written up this material. And the women that she approached said, "Where do I sign on?" Well, once this process began, and they went and made the data more transparent to the dean and what have you, and they started looking more deeply at the data, they realized they were being paid a lot less. Everybody realized they were being paid less. All the women, they were designated less space for their research. They had fewer opportunities for external recognition. In one case, a course that Nancy Hopkins had had developed was being reassigned to two of her male colleagues who decided that they could monetize the course and get resources. It just didn't seem right or fair. And so there was a whole, I guess you wouldn't call it an expose, but there was an article that ended up in the paper because the president of MIT at that time, Chuck Vest, acknowledged that these particular instances, whether women felt that they were not getting a fair deal, guess what? In fact, they were not. And so he made the case that there was a need for much more systematic data collection to look and see what was actually going on and whether the sense of unfairness and inequity that the women had was in fact reflected in the reality of inequity, because in the case of MIT, it was. The book details all of this, and then there is an epilogue to the book that recounts a different incident. This is a case of where then Harvard President Larry Summers gave a presentation at an event that was sponsored by the National Bureau on Economic Research. And there he surmised that women's numbers and their positions within science, technology, and mathematics were likely more due to their unwillingness to commit the amount of time, energy, and effort that they needed in order to be able to be successful. He talked about the need for them to put in the 80-hour weeks or whatever that it would take for them to advance within their field. But then he added what he referred to as an issue of intrinsic aptitude, essentially saying that maybe the women didn't have what it would take in order to be really, really successful within STEM. I was present at that event, and in fact, I was the next speaker who then had to, once again, raise up the facts of women's participation. While the issues being raised about women in STEM, all women in STEM, I was able to point out that the kinds of things that had been talked about were even more of an issue for women of color who were in STEM. So the point to all of this is that we have intrinsic challenges as women who are trying to advance in science. Women often get overlooked for recognition and leadership roles. They may have less opportunities, for example, to start businesses, startups, to get patents, to serve on boards of startups, to get mentored for the kind of work and innovation and invention that can make a difference in the women's lives, but also within the disciplines and within the communities that they serve. They may have fewer opportunities for policy roles, such as a chance to have input into when research agendas are being set, what are the issues that should be looked at? They may have fewer opportunities to frame what is valued within science research. They may have fewer opportunities to have input into who gets funded, to do what in STEM. We as women often work in interdisciplinary and science and society spaces, which are associated with defining the work around the Sustainable Development Goals. Women's opportunity to shape the research environment will then affect how the SDGs are being framed and how STEM will be seen as contributing to addressing the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm saying all this to say that the roles that are given to us within science, technology, and innovation will affect our ability to affect what is seen as important. We have to raise the issues within our institutions. We have to raise these issues within our disciplines. We have to raise the issues about the kind of environment in which research is being done. This often relates to the question about whether or not there is gender or sexual harassment, whether students are being treated well or being exploited. The notion of what is expected from our students going forward and how will they be judged. We have to raise the issues about what gets valued. We have to raise the issue about having our voices heard, whether we are present at the table when these decisions are being made. We have to change the narrative about science, technology, and innovation so that it is clear that without equity and inclusion, there can't be excellence in science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Because without the voices and the perspectives of all the people who are going to be affected, we cannot assume that the research is reflective of all of the things that we needed to be reflective of. We have to raise the issues within the funding agencies about how a gender lens affects what we see, what we study, how it gets interpreted, and how it gets implemented. We have to raise the issues within the families and communities about the expectations of our roles there and how careers in STEM get integrated into our lives. I hope that over the next period of time while you are having these discussions, that you will begin by looking at opportunities to change the systems in which you are working, because only that is going to give you the opportunity to reflect on and make a difference within the work of around the Sustainable Development Goals. And I wish you good luck in the rest of your meeting. And thank you for letting me join, even virtually.
So we thank Shirley very much for that insightful presentation on some of the barriers that women in STEM experience and the importance of acknowledging this. So DVC, we also acknowledge you for raising this matter and putting it on the agenda for discussion. And so Palesa, before we open it up to the audience, perhaps let's have your response on that presentation as well.
Oh, okay, it's on. All right. Hi, everybody. I was very lucky that I got to listen to this a couple of times because I had to give a response to it. It felt like a little homework. But the more I listened, even now, I keep getting new things from what Shirley was saying. And I think for a start, it will help for me to kind of reflect a little bit on my own experience. And I think you know, as a black woman, I studied in a historically white university. And I seem to end up in historically white universities wherever I go. And what's always been amazing for me is the general blanket that women get clustered in the institutions, especially in STEM, in terms of access, simple access to resources to conduct research, but also access to funding to conduct research that is relevant to women, that is relevant to society, and that advances women within the STEM. There's also a larger issue of representation at the leadership level, but also at the professoriate level, where you would often not see many women and hardly any women of color. I mean, I studied in Stellenbosch. I studied all the way to my PhD in Stellenbosch. And the one time there was a professor who was a woman and black, was Knox Makunga. And she wasn't a professor until this year. She just got her full professor in June. And if you know her, you'll know she's a high performer. She's internationally traveled. She does, you know, community engagement, all these things that would make a male researcher far more advanced. And I also postdoced for many years in South Africa and abroad. And in terms of that side, you would see that male postdoctoral researchers tend to advance faster than women and tend to get more funding than women. And I'll give you an example between me and my friend Ola. He is now at UJ, and we graduated together. I mean, we're always so proud that we walked the stage together, and we were doing our PhDs as friends. And the two of us, we both have families, and when we were doing our research, he could stay in the lab until whatever hour, and his wife would support him, and he would be at home, and food will be made, and the kid will be bathed, and everything, and he would never have the same challenges, whereas I would have to go home and make sure my kids are fed, and then I'll still have to stay up and work for how many hours, sleep at 3 in the morning just to get a paper out. And you can see the publication trajectory differences between the two of us, even though we are quite capable scientists, both of us. I mean, I feel I'm a capable scientist. I am. And his career blossomed much quicker than mine within the past decade, if you see where we both kind of are in our careers. And I saw this kind of trend with a lot of women researchers. Another issue was just access to funding, the limitations around funding, the age limits on the funding, and the fact that when you look at the call documents, you will see sometimes they make no acknowledgement for time away from research. Lucky the NRF has that, but time away from research is something that is not acknowledged, even for postdoctoral researchers. So women will tend to be excluded from that because, lo and behold, you go have children when you're supposed to do your postdoc, raise a family, all of those things. And that excludes women already. And Shirley touched a lot on all of these. And I guess when I was listening to Shirley and when she was sharing the experiences of the women at MIT, in fact, who had to actually lift the shield on this big problem. First, that they paid less. They do all the work. And I know many women researchers do too much work. We have to be moms and sisters to the students that we are training. And we have to help them. We stay late. We pick them up. If there's no money, we help them. We take money out of our own pockets. All of these things, and they're not acknowledged. When I was going to do my master's, I actually left that lab. The professor told me, you're in Stellenbosch and you're black and you have potential, he said. You have potential. But don't now go and have children because, he said it to my face like that, exactly like that. Women who go and have children miss out on research. And just imagine you have an established person who's telling you that. Already it messes you up in your brain because you already feel like you have to work double hard just to prove yourself. And these are things that Shelley was touching on. And she also highlighted about the policies that we need to have in place. And I think when she was saying that, I kept writing about the age limit for funding. Some women come into research quite late. And there is research from McKinsey that shows that women actually start blossoming in their careers in their 40s, right? They become CEOs. They don't have, to look after children now. They can dedicate their time to developing themselves and also contributing to research. But by that time, it's too late. NRF funding is now, 32 to get it for PhD funding. Is that fair? I don't know. I don't think it's fair because some people start quite late to get, to even go to university and focus on their own studies and engage in research. That's already a problem. Again, the research break, I mentioned the late start. One thing that Shelley kind of didn't spend a lot of time on was the professor who said that, women maybe don't have the intrinsic aptitude for STEM. I think all of us here, we understand that it's a big problem, and it's typically said for people of color. And I will refer to that because I was in a historically white university, and this is a message that keeps coming up everywhere you go. It's like, black people don't like to get into STEM. There was that Natalie Natra's article that we made a big hoo-ha about it because we were like, this unconscious bias, there's all these things, and this is South Africa, things like that cannot be said. But you can see that generally there's women exclusion, then there's also the color exclusion. That even when we are advancing, we still have this challenge of color. You're a white woman, you're a black woman, and there's levels in your career advancement. The other big one was the pay inequality. And that, I think, is areas that we, within the context of the country, need to really go and look at in terms of the research and really understand the landscape. I know at the moment there's some research going on. We started a research now for the postdoc tracer to look at inequality within the postdoc cohort in the country. And there we're already seeing signs that there's huge issues, and we do need to apply this gender lens in all the aspects of the research, and in fact of developing research within our institution and advancing women. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Palesa. I think one of the things we must dispel as a myth is that women don't have the ability or aptitude to be successful in STEM. It's a myth. So we can dispel that immediately, regardless of race and gender. But thank you for sharing those insights. I think that when it comes to family expectation, universities or institutions in general, and funders, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So at this point, I want to open it up for audience discussion. It would also be good to hear more lived experiences about the existing barriers for women in STEM. So again, that's science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine, and what can be done to address those challenges. I like the point about the pay inequality. I think as institutions, that's an area that we can look into to ensure that there is that parity between men and women who are doing the same work. Okay, we're opening it up for audience discussion. Any comments, reflections, personal experiences to share on this? barriers that you yourself may have faced on any of these issues, and what institutions can do more of to enable women in STEM? Okay, there's a hand over there. I think let's take a round of questions. Please remember to introduce yourself when you give your comment or question.
Morning. My name is Odwa. I am from the AIDC, from Future Skills and Energy Sustainability. So I'm an engineer by profession. So I've worked with a lot of men where I'd be in a room alone, and then the rest of the panel would be men, especially white. And I've had some comments, lots of comments, which I'm not going to go into. But what I wanted to say today is that I believe as women as well, I'll take this conversation to a tangent because it's a conversation that we do not often talk about. The fact that when I'm a woman in a table, and I'm happy that I'm the only woman at a table, and I do not open up opportunities for other women, that is one thing that we need to open ourselves to. We need to be in a table and have a question, or maybe think about the fact that how do I bring other women into this table as well? How do I open up opportunities? Because I think that's one solution, although it's not being opened, but if we do not do it for ourselves, then who's gonna do it for us? Because if you're closing the door because you inside and you don't want anybody else to come in, then obviously we will talk about this women problem every day. So that's just the comment I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Odwa.
Is it a safe space? Is it really a safe space? Okay, thank you so much. My name is Zikona Kiwabingeva, and I'm from the Department of Chemistry, Nelson Mandela University. I've been looking forward to this talk because we don't normally talk about these things because we obviously don't want to be labeled as people that are weak. Because once you start talking about such, you are labeled either as emotional, and I'm saying this because I had a similar post on my LinkedIn that actually just blew. And I know Usis Tandi also saw it, and a lot of people actually started reaching out to me, but I'm not gonna tell you what the post was all about. I want you to follow me on LinkedIn, and you go and you... You already saw it. Okay. So basically, I was just sharing my own experiences in academia. Fortunately for me, I started when I was still very, very young. I think I was 20 what? Hey, I don't know, because I'm sending him down. I must have been 24, if not 25. And how my journey basically started, I did my master's, and in my first year of master's, I was asked to step in for a lecturer who went on sabbatical for a year. So that's where everything began. Remember, I said I was still 20-something. So here I am. I come on the first day, and I'm looking all fly, you know, my makeup, and then there's some woman who is quite, she was old at the time, but I think now she's even more older. She said something like, "You are gonna stop wearing heels here. You're gonna start wearing amateki and stuff," because that basically meant you are riding a high horse and this environment is not conducive for you and your heels, kind of thing. But it gave me something because I was like, that means I must even wear heels that are quite higher. And that's exactly what I've been doing all these years. So the inches, they start increasing because I was like, there is no woman who is gonna tell me how to dress for this position because it did not come with the appointment letter. Like I was not told that I must dress like whatever. But anyways, I want you guys to go back to my LinkedIn post and check it out. I did pen down my own experiences, but I'm not gonna say they are from this university. I've taught in so many institutions, so I was not really talking about the women at Nelson Mandela University. I'm just putting it out there so that I do not get to be asked, is this the woman who has been ill-treating you? Is this the one? You know, that kind of thing. So I was not really specifying which institution, because I've worked at different institutions, but the experience has been the same. The experience has been the same because a lot of women, and women in academia, they are very toxic. To have them as bosses, they are extremely toxic, and you start even questioning your own mental state when you are dealing with them. And sometimes you don't even know, did I say something wrong? Was my makeup too much? Is it something that I wore that actually contributed to how they get to ill-treat you? Or am I intimidating? What am I supposed to do, right, you know? Because when I graduated with my PhD, I was supervised by a guy. And Professor Bruce Sitole from CSIR is a guy who didn't even, he would say something like, you must come to work when your dog is barking. And so I've worked in an environment where there was a lot of men, and they have never ill-treated me like how women actually do. So mine is just to say, as women, we really need to practice what we always preach. And I also do not attend the famous women's Tonton events because I feel we do not preach. In fact, we do not practice what we preach at those events. Because if you do not greet the younger in 10 in your office and you want to preach women empowerment to me through your event, I say, I'm not coming. Because it starts with you greeting that woman in 10, younger in 10 that is in your office. If you are passing that person, how are you going to empower me? So all I just want to say is, as women, we really, really, really need to dig deep within ourselves and see what is it that we are feeling when there's another woman who is of a younger age and maybe is climbing the ladder or is active in whatever that we are not active in. And what are some of the things, or rather the ladder, how do we push the ladder down so that they're able to sort of like climb? So we really need to look within ourselves and provide those strategies. Those strategies and solutions, they are within us. They live within us. We know exactly what we are doing right. We know what we're doing wrong. So I'm just gonna pose it back to all the women that are in STEM or in academia, in my case. Please, please, please go back to your little offices or bigger offices. Dig deep within you. You will find the solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There was a hand in front.
Hello, good morning. I think it's a difficult time to share my views now after that. But yeah, but anyways.
Please remember to introduce yourself.
Okay, so my name is Victor Chike. I'm a postdoc student at the Center for Broadband Communications at the Physics Department. Yeah, so I think I've been reflecting even like internally with myself with regards to the conversation about women empowerment and so on. And I have a very kind of objective perspective to things. Like I look around the room, there's a majority of women here. And I often feel like most times when these conversations are had, the men that need to listen are not there. So we can sit here and preach about these things, but the people that really need to hear the message, that need to engage, you know, that need to be on the panel with you and tell you, okay, maybe this is my point of view, then we can debate about these issues. Why do you see women in this light? Because it is important to understand, because some of these things are societal norms that have been inherited over the years, and you have to understand what makes the substance in people. And usually these conversations, are not often had where we need people to hear them. So how do we bring them into our classrooms, into our prac setups, into those areas where you have the full representation of genders and sexes and everything? And I think just also reflecting on the progress with Mandela University, I came here in 2015, and looking back, or looking now from that time, there has been a lot of progress with regards to women empowerment, but oftentimes I don't hear it being captured. Like we have so many women in positions now. I want those data to be captured. Okay, are the women working in Mandela University being marginalized with regards to pay gap? Are they earning less? And so we need to have this active conversation so that we can keep adjusting ourselves with time. So I think that is where I kind of want to see it from, that I can hear all the stuff and be inspired, of which I've been inspired many times, but most of the people that we really need to speak to are not here. And then secondly, with the university, a lot has been happening. I think we deserve some feedback. What is happening? What do we need to achieve? Like, I've been in the lab for a long time. I've seen the students, whether it's from demonstrations, practice, and so on. I've seen a lot of young girls come into STEM. So are we keeping track with these things? Like what do they need to hear? So yeah, I'm just kind of reflecting from that perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Victor, for that contribution. I think one of the things Mandela University can be proud of is that we're a women-led institution. Our chair of council, our vice chancellor, and our chancellor are women. And so, as we often say, gender equality and women empowerment is at the top of the agenda. And when I think it's good to have a friendly working environment, but does an institution also have the policies that back it up? The anti-discrimination policies that make it possible to report things when they happen, because these are very important. And then is the HR department ensuring that when women are hired, that pay equality exists? All of that is important. One of the things that struck me, Palesa, is when you mentioned the funding environment that needs to be enabling. I know that the National Research Foundation, we have colleagues from the NRF here, have reasons for attaching age limits at honors, masters, and doctoral level for scholarship funding. But when it comes to funding for emerging researchers and even established researchers, as far as I'm aware, there are no age limits. But I do want to know what institutions can do more to enable, support students and early career researchers and even established researchers in this regard. I wonder if you have any comments on that.
Yeah, I mean, I know the NRFs, all of these things are there, they are there. However, what I'm talking about is the limitation on access for those people who start later. Not everyone is studying all the way through from undergrad all the way to PhD. They're not. People, some are first generation grads, they have to get out and get a job and then come back to research. There's no support for part-time studies, for masters and PhD. It's not impossible for people to be working and studying. It's not impossible. But if you're not enabling it now, it's an additional financial burden on an individual who's already burdened with responsibilities of family, whatever it is, where there are funding instruments that could actually enable that or provide some kind of support to ensure that people still continue to get engaged in research. In terms of the enablings for early career researchers, I mean, I know that when I got into a postdoc, there wasn't a policy on maternity. I know because we wrote the policy at Stellenbosch, and we started the postdoc society the same year. I had my son like 2 months before my graduation, my PhD graduation, and In fact, I had a letter sent to me telling me that if I'm not back, I'm going to lose my funding. So I came to work with my son, and he was in the lab with me every day, because no crash is taking a 2-month-old. They're not. And I, I'm very stubborn. So I was very defiant by bringing my son every day. I didn't have to.
Right.
I mean, I didn't have to. But I brought my son every day with a pram to the lab
Prove a point.
to prove a point.
Yes.
And the DVC at the time was Prof. Klute. And I went to him with my son, and I said, well, I have to come to the lab every day. And he was shocked that something like that was happening, and was happening to me, because I was like one of the, long-standing student of the university, so he was really shocked. Also that I was threatened that I would lose my funding, which is unfair. I had a good track record to show that I can actually do this. I just needed that break that everybody gets. And there wasn't such a thing. So we ended up writing that policy because we had to put it that you can take a break. But you can see, even now, I've been working with postdocs for the past 6-7 years, you can see that the researchers, especially the male researchers, will tell, oh, no, you can't, we can't renew your contract, you're pregnant. And I will be there at their door, they know me, and I'll be there at their door and say, no, it cannot happen. It cannot happen. This person is entitled, it's their own right that they want to have a child, and you need to create that space for them to be able to come back and continue their research.
Okay, so please share with us some of the highlights of the policy.
Okay, so we wrote the policy. I think it eventually got adopted by other universities because Prof. Klute presented it at USAF. So in this policy, first we put in the maternity leave and also leave, like you could actually apply for leave as a postdoc, take the same amount of days off as researchers do, because initially it was like when the university is closed, so you are expected to work until the university decides it's Christmas time, and we can take that 2-week break between Christmas and New Year, and then the other times there's no other break. Other things around capacity building that, you are there as a postdoctoral researcher, you're not doing a PhD again. You are developing your skills for your own career, whether it's in academia or not. If you want to be in academia, you should have access to supervision, so you must supervise students, so you have a track record. You should have teaching time, so that you have a track record. You should write grants so that you have a track record, so that you can get a job. What happens is that if you don't do all of these things, you have nothing to show when you want to apply for a job. Whether you want to apply for a job in academia or you want to apply for a job in industry, you don't have the things that they need. You can't showcase that you have your 2 publications, maybe, if you're lucky to do 2 publications in a year, and that's what you have, and you have nothing else. So why are you doing the postdoctoral research fellowship? Why are you doing it? You're just there to publish and then gain no other skills. So the policy, we've made sure that all of these things are inside so that every researcher that takes in a postdoc knows that these are your basic KPIs, basically. And you can say at the end, because you don't get a degree at the end, you don't get a certificate of postdoctoral fellowship completion, right? So you can showcase that these are the things you've supervised, how many students, how many PhDs, how many grants you were part of, and then how many publications you got.
That's fantastic. Okay, we have 2 hands in front. I think Petrus was first. We'll take the 2 comments.
Hello, so Petrus again from chemistry. It's difficult for me to speak on this from a male perspective, obviously, but I want to go back to the points made by Dr. Zikona and Odwa about female against female toxicity in the academic sphere. As an institution or as individuals, how can we combat against that in situations where it is already a seated thing, where there are female academics that are comfortable being toxic towards other female academics and preventing them from achieving what is needed from them.
Okay, let's take a couple of comments.
Good morning. My name is Razak, postgraduate fellowship, and from Economics Department. First of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of women, because you see, in African society, is typically built on inequality. You cannot shy away from that, and in most cases, our female genders are always at the receiving end. So on behalf of women, we are sorry for that. However, during my PhD, my PhD topic is on inequality. And I touched on 4 different aspects of inequality. But however...
What is your PhD theme?
Different dimension of inequality in Africa.
Okay.
So I touched on land inequality in Africa, education inequality in Africa, gender inequality in Africa, and land inequality in Africa. However, because we are talking about the gender inequality here, the one thing I observed during my PhD, because it got to a point I got so attached to my, I was writing now, like I was imagining some things and started writing based on emotion. You understand me? So I would like to support my brothers in terms of policymaker. You see, the issue of we have a particular problem when it comes to a research, especially generally in the aspect of inequality. And that is why you discover that I'm from economics department, and if you are in economics department, you'll be able to witness, we are always running away from inequality aspect. Why? Because of data. You understand me? And of course, in the aspect of gender inequality, we have GRI, we have triple GI, we have SIGI, and some other indigenous African gender indicator. You understand me? But I think we still need a kind of gender index that is more based on African perspective. You understand? Because the GII is just
the use of acronyms in a setting like this.
I'm so sorry. Okay, GII is talking about Gender Inequality Index. Triple GI is talking about Global Gender Gap Index. You understand? So those are the major 2 indicators we use. But if you look at these indicators, their indicators is not actually more of African friendly, because I feel that we face more of gender inequality in Africa because we are still, going through that development process. Understand? The fight against gender inequality or the gender for equality per se, it has started a long time ago, especially in the European world, but it just started off recent in Africa. So I feel that one of the major aspects we need to look into as universities or as a research institution is to look for a way or preach for a way to get an indigenous gender inequality index, so that maybe by the time we start writing, maybe this could actually attract the attention of the policymaker, and because sometimes we need to speak figures. We can't just say, sometimes we can talk about some things without evidence. And I believe figures are a way to present evidence. So I think we need more. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. Let's have one from a mic for David.
Thank you very much. I'm usually very hesitant to get involved in this. But I think that actually I think we have a deficit of management training and leadership training. We don't do enough of that. So even though you're looking at it from the lens of gender, men are just as toxic, relationships between in the workplace. Sometimes you get extremely, toxic men. Yeah, just look at Donald Trump. Yeah. And I think it just has to do with the fact, just as we were talking about training for entrepreneurship, that everybody actually needs to learn. I think we are also not training people to be good leaders and good followers. And a lot of it has to do with, communication, conflict management, for instance. It's something that I personally avoid conflict because I've never been trained to work with conflict. But you know that if you've been trained to work with conflict, you actually always, you value conflict because it pushes the team forward.
Right.
So I just wanted to put that point to say, maybe what we ought to be doing is looking at how is it that we can train managers or prepare for people to become managers so that they are not toxic managers,
right.
whether they are male or female.
Right.
Yeah.
Contributes to an enabling environment.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Palisa, you want to add?
Just, you took the words out of my mouth. Like I can borrow that now. But it's really something. As Petrus was talking, I was like, yeah, but we don't actually have training for this. I mean, even if you look at the academic progression, you do your PhD, you become a lecturer, a senior lecturer, you start getting students, and maybe, you become a HOD, but nobody actually trains you the management aspects. You become the HOD, then you suddenly learn all the administrative, managing people, managing other teams, etc., all of those things. But there isn't a training, really, that prepares you for that. And also, in academia, people feel that you need to experience the hardest hardship when you're doing your PhD. Like, I don't know why. You have to suffer. And because they suffered, everybody must suffer because they suffered. And they're not going to create a supportive environment and because of how they experienced it. So, yeah, there's a lot of training that needs to go on.
Okay, so this session is proving to be very cathartic. Let's take some more hands, but there's a hand at the back. Let's get the mic to the back.
Good morning, everybody.
Please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Mkita. I'm not really gonna dwell much into the academia side. Mine is more on the training, practical side. Currently with Transnet, I'm a second marine engineer. I've just obtained my chief engineer's license.
Yay!
Okay, all I'm gonna say is I feel like David said a lot when it comes to training that needs to be done for leaders or leadership that we have. When I studied, we were, I think, 5, 6 females in a class of 65. And out of those, I think the academic side is easy, or not so easy, but it's doable. But when you go on board and you join for the first time, and it's mostly men, and in the engine room you'll be the only female. I'm sorry, my voice is shaky.
You're doing very well. Look at me, let's have a conversation.
Public speaking is not really my thing, but so when you join on board, and when I joined my first ship, I had Filipinos. We were 2 South Africans, and I was the only engineer training cadet. Firstly, language barrier was a thing, and when you're there as a woman in an engineering department and you're the only one, it's very hard for anybody to take you serious. Everybody believes you shouldn't be there. It's not your thing. You should be in the kitchen. You should be in a corporate world. You should be wearing heels and looking pretty somewhere. Nobody believes that you're gonna actually get dirty and hold a spanner or anything. And our leaders or our chiefs, we have captains,
I think they're not really trained in leading people, in nurturing people, because if I step in and I have to voice a concern of inequality on board, automatically I'm weak, I'm complaining, it proves that I shouldn't be there. As opposed to when a guy is there. It was difficult for me to even get training or cadetship, as we call it, because it's not a woman's world, because it's a man's world. So you find that when you apply, your application is automatically going to get rejected because you're a female. And eventually, when you do get the training, when you get there, you have to work 5-10 times harder to prove yourself, to prove that you actually deserve a seat at the table. You know, you'd be at we'll call it a toolbox talk meeting, but at a morning meeting or a morning briefing, whereby you're going to discuss the jobs for the day, and obviously the chief will allocate jobs to the different people, and you don't have a say. They won't give you a space to have a say or to have a comment because it's a men's table. You know, you can't come to the engine room and say, okay, today I'm not feeling okay. And you know, I loved it when she, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, when she made a point about, you know, when she went into her career, she was told she can't have a family because the minute that she has a family, that's gonna break her career, basically. That's what happens to us. You know, the minute you get pregnant, you can't go at sea, you can't be on a ship because you are pregnant. And there's no maternity leaves or policies around it. So you know that when you start, you just have to go. The minute you have a break or you think about having children, you just know that's like the end of your career because your contract is going to be over. And 2 into 1, I mean, you were even lucky to even get a spot, you know. So now if you're going to have a break, go have a child. It's going to be even more difficult to try and break into the industry again. So I feel we are still, in our field, we're still very few women. I think we probably make about 1% of the entire marine field. We are very, very, very few. And out of the women that actually went out, that go to school and complete their academic phase, it's like maybe 1% that actually gets to complete and get their qualification, because when you get into the field, it's an entirely different environment altogether. Nobody's going to be coaching you or nurturing you in any way. Basically, you're on your own, and the only way to survive is to be there and just blend in and be one of the gentlemen. No matter how hard it is, no matter how much they try to break you, you just have to just be strong to prove a point that you deserve to be there. And I feel there's a lot that still needs to be done in that aspect when it comes to the marine sector. But I like what Transnet has been doing because it's been empowering women. I've seen a couple of chiefs that are female. I've seen moms, which is the mechanical technical managers that are female, and that is at least bringing light and saying, okay, yes, we are a few percentage in the maritime sector that is male, like widely male dominated, but at least we are there. We do take space in the field, no matter how small we are. And there's a lot that go into it and they give up because they can't take the pressure. And the pressure's a lot. The pressure is a lot. You'll be given an impossible task that even the guy himself can't do it. but they will give it to you. Because they expect you to fail, because that's what they want you to fail, to prove a point that you don't deserve to be there. And you know, when you're given a job or when something goes wrong and you are the one at fault, there's no two way about it. It's the next port of call, you are out, your bags are out, the reliever's coming in. So, well, that's all I have to say.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Nkita, for sharing your experience. I mean, I think it's encouraging that despite the challenges, there are still women in the maritime sector. But what your experience highlights is the fact that we need more women in decision-making spaces who, not women alone, women and allies, who will drive the necessary policies to ensure that discriminatory practices are eliminated and that an environment is made more enabling. And it reminds me of what Cheryl said, that you cannot have excellence without equality and inclusion. So if we want excellence in maritime, we will need to make that environment more inclusive. Are there any more comments before we break for lunch? Or do we just have lunch on our minds? Okay, so there are a couple of, I don't see any more hands. But before I close the session, I mean, this session is termed Persistent Barriers to Women Leadership in STEM. So I think one of the concerns where we've been aware that these barriers exist. What advances have we made? And I think it's important to mention the advances that have been made. So when it comes to availability of funding, institutions are making funding available and in fact are attaching targets to how funding is allocated to ensure that women are being funded. I'm speaking now from the point of view of academia. So if you're a researcher, you can apply for funding, and there's ring-fenced funding to ensure that women are supported. So if you want to know more, I mean, I think from the perspective of the research office, from a scholarships point of view, for all the honors, masters, and doctoral scholarships, it's allocated 55% women. And even from the scholarships or the funding that's made available through our internal research grants, we maintain that. And even for the postdoctoral fellowships that are awarded, we have the target, but I have to confess that we are not meeting our target for gender at the postdoctoral level. And so, you know, for postdoctoral applications, our applications are currently open. We are noticing that supervisors are recruiting more men than women. And we in fact, DVC, I will say that depending on how the fellowship call pans out, we may have to open a call just for women. Because, I mean, we have put out 3 calls in the last 3 years, and at the information sessions when the call is open, we do say, supervisors, please recruit women. You know, our target is 55%, and we have not met that target. We are currently at 39%. So it's an area that we need to work on, and so I'm saying one of the one of the take-home messages would be to have a call focused on women. I'm not hearing that the Mandela environment is particularly it's problematic, yes, but not from a policy point of view. It seems to me in the Mandela context, the policies are enabling, but we could do better. And then there's the issue of cultural expectations, Palesa. That's something we haven't really touched on today. But I recall that in some programs that are set up to advance women in research and where women have to travel, one way of making that enabling is to require that if they will be away for 9 months, it's broken up perhaps for 3 months, so that women get additional travel funding so that they don't have to be away for so long. That's one way of doing it. But if they can be away for a longer stint, sometimes the university has to engage with the family and say, you know, your wife is going to be away. I recall a conversation between a vice chancellor and a husband. Your wife is going to be away, so, you know, you must be strong. These are the realities, and I think when we started this conversation, we want to conclude it with what are some of the practical things we're going to do to ensure that we have a more enabling environment. I don't think we've done a lot of justice to this, but I encourage all of us to read the book that Shirley referenced, if I can just find it here. I don't remember the whole theme of, yes, The Exceptions by Nancy Hopkins. That would be a good book to read, just to get us, you know, aware, make us aware of what some of the challenges are. How can you as a man be a better ally to women in STEM? Yeah, and so with these few notes, I think we can conclude this session and look ahead to a very exciting afternoon where we have two round tables that will happen. The one is the scholarships, postgraduate scholarships round table that will happen in this venue. And we have representatives from the National Research Foundation, from the Department of Higher Education and Training, where we will be discussing issues around postgraduate scholarships and whether they are fit for funding. The other venue, I don't know how to describe it, but it's as you exit from these doors, it will be on your right-hand side. That's where the second round table will happen. And that is going to look at international funding opportunities. So we have invited our partners from around the world, from Europe, from BRICS countries, from the African continent, to look at how to enhance synergies when it comes to funding opportunities in order to strengthen our partnerships and also increase the number of jointly authored grant applications. So that would be a wonderful session to attend as a researcher or a young academic. So on that note, thank you very much. Have a lovely break and we'll see you after lunch.
Yeah, even like this.
one is this.
Hello, star of TV from Newspaper. TV Newspaper. Hello. That was a very nice interview.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Amira. We just find
Hi, I have a very strange thing to talk to you about. Chair. Okay, so we've discovered something interesting. Okay, basically it's a small thing that we have to rectify down the line, but at the moment nothing is. Do you know that there's an old policy that goes back to the Virgin days that requires international travel approval to go into Colombia? It's a very old policy, it's outdated. Inca says it doesn't really apply because it's got structures it refers to that don't exist. But because it's still on the because it's still on the ICR. So when you and Tanya over research, we consider that because we need to revise the policy. But at the moment, it is a form attached, which requires it to go through this. It requires the head of international which is an okay. So
that's just the presentation.
And before she submits it, she always asks me questions from the chair of council. But now they could just
For this to change and then I will be interviewing just to change her approach. She has 3 presentations that she's running. No, I don't care. Just to change so that she can change
sponsor stopped that meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, the Zoom meeting. So I asked them to start again.
Yes, for the second session, yes. In the other venue.
Hey, sorry, I'm African.
Amira, nice to meet you.
Lira or Amira?
Amira.
Amira,
Yes.
gotcha. So I think Matt is just evening. I just want to go.
I'm sorry, Amira, is the Zoom meeting for the other thing or for here?
Also in this venue. I think you mentioned that it's Zoom in this venue.
Yes.
That's also, I just wanted to get the brief now.
Yeah.
So there's going to be simultaneous. Are the speakers both sides?
Yes.
And then alright, but there are live speakers on both sides.
So ngake ngibonisa le tripod lapha. Strong. Ngizobona apha kum. The way he you put it there. You put it there. Without this only. You tie that one. Ilus. Nokusakuxhomekeka futhi still uba wena ufuna imephi.
Okay, ufuna imakha ngalato uvuyibona ayizukwehla na.
Izawehla but kaloku ingxaki into yoba still
ayithathanga enough.
True, yes.
Okay.
Ikhona le nto ubuyithayide kakhulu. Ubuyithayide kakhulu uzoxa uyimuva yenze laa jacking.
Qha ke ngoku sifuna uba
Ijonga umzekelo
uyigade kodwa xa
eyona nto kwi-tripod yabo umzekelo i-tripod i-good xa ikwi-level. If ungayikhupha le camera noba ungayijongisa phantsi ivele izibuyele ibe kule level. Yes, kule level normal. Then ke ngoku uyiseta from there. Yabona apha kufitshane nale level is still strong. Awukho need yoyisebenzisa kakhulu le because kulapho ikwenzela
you can tighten it up kancinci just uba ikwazi uba xa uyiyekile ingazi. Okay.
And also njengoba imetallic khange ndiyisete funeka uyisete nakule nto le ngenxa yoba ijonge ngapha uyibhalansise njengekhamera iyodwa nje.
Khona uba ibe kuse then mandiqinisa
ikhulula ke ngoku bendizayijika ndiyenza ngale ndlela bendiyithetha ngayo xa seyiphelile le laa.
Hayi no nam next time.
Yeah. Oh, the numbers. I got used to say that.
Oh, okay.
Whether the notes are here. Yeah, I don't know now. they take Yo, goodness. So we must tell them that, okay, here's the you can use them. Yeah, this is, her position is no threat. It can be no, but she wants an advert. You can't do an advert. It's a diplomatic issue. You won't do adverts. That's it? Don't go study in child, don't go study medicine. That would be. Next. It's not like a gentleman's agreement that we all know. Students are like, go be if you don't find it somewhere else. I think that we just ask every year. When they inquire,
And now we're going to talk about money. Are you ready to talk about money? Yes. Okay. May I please invite my panel onto the stage? Doesn't matter. Okay, so while the panel is getting on stage, we wanted to have this conversation around postgraduate funding. Many of you will be aware that at Nelson Mandela University, we have revised our postgraduate funding policy in order to make it fit for purpose. And in 2023, we are implementing our new postgraduate funding policy, which is providing funding at full cost of study, which was never the case previously. And so financially needy students, exceptional achievers, students with disability are able to access full cost of study funding. Another shift we've made to our funding is to prioritize full-time studies so that students are able to finish their studies on time. And so the reason why we want to have this conversation and the challenge that I've put to the panel is whether, as you hear the NRF speak about their funding opportunities, as you hear DHET speak about their funding opportunities, whether this funding remains fit for purpose. For example, when the NRF significantly increased its funding values, it took away the travel grant that used to be available to students. So now they get higher scholarships, but they no longer have a travel grant. So the NRF will present on what additional opportunities there are for international mobility. I would like to welcome my speakers on stage, Ms. Huba Boshoff from Knowledge Co-Lab and also the director of NAFIC NESO, Ms. Linda from the DHET, I'm very bad with surnames, also Kia from DHET, to continue the trend, Nelson from National Research Foundation, and Gaugelo from National Research Foundation. Please help me welcome my panel. Okay, so these are some of the challenges that the system overall experiences when it comes to postgraduate funding. There is limited participation by students from low-income backgrounds. Also, looking at progression from honors to master's to doctoral level is low. Students take a long time to complete, are at an advanced age when they do, and there's low participation by Blacks and women. So again, looking at the intersection of race and gender, especially at the doctoral level. And in the Mandela context, at the time, scholarships were not adequate and did not cover full cost of study. We offered 10,000 as a financially needy bursary, which was inadequate. We also did not consider equity targets when we allocated funding, and graduates were at an advanced age at time to completion. And so I want to use this slide to remind us of what the mischief is in the system. So if we look at the throughput rate at doctoral level over the period, if we considered the 2010 shown in black and the 2013 cohort shown in yellow or orange, in yellow, you will see that after 3 years, remember doctoral funding is provided for 3 years, only 30% of the 2010 cohort had completed in that time, 30%. That meant 70% had not completed during the funding period. And the 2013 cohort was worse because it was 22%. And so in order for more than half to have completed their studies at the doctoral level, it takes over 6 years. So we want to bring that down, and that's why we made the case that funding should focus on full-time studies so that students don't have to do additional work or take up extra jobs but can focus on their studies, and that also means that they have to be funded adequately. You can see the picture in the system is not much better, with 51% nationally in 2010 and 54% in 2013 that finished after 6 years. So we asked the question, if we're looking at using funding as a lever to encourage students to progress from undergrad to honors or postgrad diploma and then onwards to masters and doctoral, do we have a population of students available that can be funded? And the answer is yes. So although this is 2015 data, and we had done Mandela specific data as well, the answer is yes. There are sufficiently, there's a sufficient number of young students in the system that can be funded. So these are the low funding values that we benchmarked against what was in the system, and then Council eventually approved the policy to allow us to provide at Mandela full cost of study funding and on a period. So I'm going to stop here and invite my panel members to also give their presentations. And maybe Kia, I'll start with you. Is that all right? Okay. So Kia, let me get your presentation. Okay. Okay, we'll start with Linda. And play musical chairs.
Afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the wonderful intro. As you've already heard, my name is Linda Peter from the Department of Higher Education and Training. Myself and my colleague, Ms. Kia Letlaku, we work in a directorate called International Scholarships. So today we'd like to present to you, as both students and faculty members, the different international scholarship opportunities that we have within the department and the different types of funding for each of them. So just to start off, the department promotes and implements a number of international scholarships which are offered by our partner countries. For each of our international scholarship agreements, we may have a differing role in terms of what level of involvement we have, and this depends on what is being offered by our partner country, what support is required to ensure that the offer is made available and taken up, and also on the bilateral relationship that we have with our host countries. So depending on the different agreements, the possible ways that we do collaborate with our international partnerships is either through the advertising and promotion of scholarships, receiving and processing applications, nominating candidates. We serve on selection panels as well as advisory committees. We also co-fund specific scholarship programs, which means that in partnership with our international partners, we as DHEAD will also make available our funds to supplement anything that may not be covered in the scholarship, as well as student support, administration, and logistics as well. The next slide just generally outlines the context and the policy mandate that we operate under as the department. And I won't go into too much detail, but just to inform that our mandate is informed by the National Development Plan, the White Paper on Higher Education and Training, which was published in 2013, as well as the National Plan for Peace. This one gets me every time. The National Plan for Post-School and Education Training, which the Minister actually launched, I think, last week. So the NPP set also informs how we deliver our mandate. Our international scholarships are offered across all levels of study. So this means at undergraduate level, we will support both diplomas and degrees. At postgraduate level, we will support master's degrees, PhDs, postdocs, and also mobility programs across both master's and PhD level. The aim and purpose of our directorate is to make sure that we increase access to higher education and increase the participation and the opportunities that are available to all South Africans. A second big part of our mandate is also to make sure that we're skilling the higher education sector and making sure that we have future academics and we have an academic sector that's thriving, especially with participation from the youth. We also have a renewed focus in technical and vocational studies. As we all know, TVET and vocational training has been very topical in the last few months, and we as the Directorate also are responsive to that, and that's also part of the offerings that we're looking to give in international scholarship. So the basic eligibility criteria for our scholarships. Now, before I go into the basic and the different eligibility criteria, please note that we have over 40 different scholarships that are available to you. So while this slide will outline the basic requirements, each call for applications in each scholarship may have its own specific requirements. So it's important, while we understand that these are the basic criteria for each call and different scholarship available, there may be different requirements. But first and foremost, our scholarships are open to all South African citizens, and usually we will require an academic average of between 60 and 65% for your previous studies. So if you're applying to study a bachelor's degree, you would need 60 and 65% in your matric, and if you would like to do your PhD, that 60% would count for your master's studies. Please note that if you'd like to apply for master's studies, you should possess an honours degree or an NQF level 8 qualification. We also match our entry requirements to a similar field of study at a South African university. So generally, if you'd like to undertake, let's say, studies in engineering at a university in France, we match our entry criteria to make sure that you would also be able to qualify for the same qualification in a South African university. So for example, if you wanted to study engineering at UP, and one of the requirements were that you did pure maths and not maths literacy, the same would apply then for our entry criteria for our international scholarships. We want to make sure that the opportunities are competitive and also made available to all those who are eligible. Most importantly, each different call for scholarship applications have separate deadlines, separate supporting documentation, and separate requirements. So it's important to make sure that for each call that you are interested in, you meet all the criteria in the deadlines. For now, we have some scholarships that are open, and I'm going to go through them very quickly. At the moment, we have the France-South Africa Scholarship Program, which is open. This is for study across master and PhD levels and includes any field of study at a French public institution. This scholarship has an age limit. You must be born on or after January 1994, and also offers a joint PhD with a South African university through a co-supervision agreement. An honours degree for application to the master's studies for this French-South Africa scholarship program is not required, and the closing date is on 16th of October 2023, so there's still quite a lot of time to get your application in. The applications are made online, and DHET is on the selection committee of the scholarship program. So this means that ourselves, along with the French government, will sit on the selection committee and evaluate all of the applications and also work on nominations. Some of the benefits of the scholarship: your tuition will be covered. We have a visa fee exemption and assistance that's offered by Campus France, which are partners in Paris. A return flight ticket at the beginning and at the end of your studies, a monthly allowance, and also aid with accommodation. Another scholarship that's currently open and closes on the 17th of October is the Commonwealth Master's Scholarship. This is a one-year taught master's scholarship, and in order to qualify for this one, you will be required to have an honours or NQF level 8 qualification. So as I was saying before, each different scholarship program may have differing entry requirements. Like for the France one, you don't need to have an honours, but in order to apply for Commonwealth, you do. This also is covered, your tuition, your return flight tickets to the UK, monthly allowance, accommodation, and other possible allowances, such as a disability or thesis grant. Applications, again, are available online for this scholarship. Currently open, we also have the Swiss Government Excellence Scholarship. This is for PhD, postdoc, and research fellowships. There are also opportunities for joint PhDs or co-tutel for 12 months. This is covered across all fields of study, so there are no limitations in terms of which field of study. It closes on the 15th of December. Some of the benefits include a monthly stipend, Swiss health insurance, a one-time lump sum, one-way flight to Switzerland, which will be covered by ourselves, DHET, and a flight allowance, which you will receive at the end of your studies from the Swiss government. We also have the Japan SDG Global Leaders Program. Now, this scholarship is available only to staff, unfortunately, for the university, or unfortunate for the students, but it is open to to all staff members and all professionals within the higher education sector as well as the public sector with a capacity building focus. It does have an age limit of 39 and each applicant should have at least 6 months of work experience. It's open until the 9th of October. Once again, we're on the selection committee along with our colleagues in JICA, National Treasury and the DPSA. Benefits of the scholarship include tuition, monthly allowance, return flights, and other allowances. Opening soon, we have quite a few scholarship programs, especially our big flagship programs, which will be opening in October, and I'll very briefly go through them. We have the Stipendium Hungaricum Scholarship, which is one of our flagship scholarship programs. We are offering 100 spaces for study across all fields of study, from bachelor's, master's, one-tier master's, and PhD. The course takes place in Hungary, and all programs are taught in English, with various fields of study, including medicine and veterinary sciences. There is no age limit on applications to this scholarship, and once again, we do nominate. It will open in October and close in January, and once again, the benefits include tuition, monthly allowances, return flights, medical insurance, as well as ongoing student support. Another one of our flagship programs is the Chinese Government Scholarship. This includes study across the language preparatory course level of study, bachelor's, master's, and PhD. The programs are offered in both English and Chinese, with our bachelor's programs only being offered in Chinese. However, should you be applying for a bachelor's program in Chinese, you will receive funding and support to do 1-year language preparatory program so that you can learn the Chinese language before actually having to study in Chinese. There are various age limits across the different fields of study, levels of study, sorry. And once again, we are the nominating agency for the scholarship. Also open from October to January and includes benefits like monthly allowances, return flights, visa costs, and student support. Other scholarships that we have with the Chinese government include the Youth of Excellence scholarships, which are ad hoc scholarships, as well as the MOFCOM, which is the Ministry of Finance and Commerce scholarship, which is offered at master's and PhD level. The Russian government scholarship will also be opening very soon in October and will close in January 2024. Once again, the scholarship offers support to study across bachelor's, master's, and PhD levels, with all programs being taught in the Russian language. Once again, as it's taught in a foreign language, you do receive support and funding to learn Russian in a language preparatory course, which is included in all of your studies. Benefits are similar, and you'll find across most of our scholarships, we try to make sure that at least a minimum level of support is offered by both our host countries and ourselves. So once again, you'll see that tuition, allowances, visa costs, and student support is included in the scholarship. We also have the World in Serbia Scholarship Program, which opens in November and closes in December. Also taught in the Serbian language, but does have a language preparatory course that is included in the scholarship. Benefits again, tuition, monthly allowances, accommodation, and return flights. So across our flagship scholarships, which you'll find in the ones that I've just explained, as well as the one that's coming up now, is that we make sure that our students have sufficient funding and support to make sure that they don't need to focus on anything else but their studies. So Mauritius Africa Scholarship Scheme, another one of our big 5 scholarships, which supports study across diplomas, bachelor's, master's, and PhD in various study fields at public institutions in Mauritius. There are some age limits depending on the level of study, and will open in December and close once again in March. Benefits are in line with our other flagship scholarships, which includes tuition, monthly allowances, flights, and ongoing support. Okay, that was just 5 of the many scholarships that we have and that are coming up soon, but along with that, we also have others, which I won't go into too much detail, like the Chevening Scholarship to study masters in the UK, the Irish Kara Asmal Fellowship, which is also a master's level study, the US Fulbright Scholarship, the SADC Annual Scholarship, the Turkey Scholarships, Swedish Institute Scholarships for Global Professionals, as well as Italian grants. So for each of these scholarship opportunities, we do advertise them on the department's website, and at the end of our presentation, you'll see a slide. I know it was a lot of information to try and capture all at once, but we do have information on all of these scholarship applications, including those who are coming up and will be open soon, and those that will be closing soon. So if you do sign up to our mailing list and onto our website, then you can get access to all of this information at all times. I'm going to now hand over to my colleague Gia, who's going to explain a little bit on the Erasmus Plus Scholarship Program.
Thank you very much, Linda. As Linda said, I'm just going to briefly go through the Erasmus Plus program, which is an EU program that fosters cooperation in the fields of education, training, and youth. And Dr. Mensah, I think this is one of the instruments that we would like to speak to NMU about, to see how we can take it up so that we can develop programs for mobility of both students and staff members. Okay. It is implemented by the European Commission in partnership with national agencies and national focal points, and the DHET was appointed as an NFP from 2022 last year. This is mainly to assist the EU in making sure that South African universities and other organizations that are eligible to apply under the Erasmus Plus do take up the various opportunities under Erasmus Plus. And it is mainly there to promote learning, mobility of individuals, students, staff members in the fields of higher education, to strengthen higher education internationalization. I won't go into too much detail on that in the interest of time, but there are different actions under the Erasmus Plus program which are available for South African institutions and staff and students to apply to. The International Credit Mobility, Erasmus Mundus Design Measures, Joint Master's Degrees, Capacity Building in Higher Education, Capacity Building in Technical and Vocational Education, Jean Monnet, and Virtual Exchanges. Under the ICM, this is mainly to foster the mobility of students and staff members between program countries and partner countries. But these can only be possible if there are existing established mobility agreements between institutions. The focus of this ICM is, as I said, for the mobility of student and staff in all areas of studies across all levels of study. And this will support mobility of students of at least 5 days to up to 12 months short-term mobility program in any of the EU member countries. And for staff mobility, the focus is on mobility for a short-term period of between 5 days and 2 months in any of the EU member states. The next Erasmus Plus action is the Erasmus Mundus Design Measures. So this particular instrument focuses on countries that have not participated that do not have joint mobility programs or joint master's programs. So it is intended to support institutions that are interested in creating or setting up joint master's programs. And that would cover the development of a curriculum that will result in a fully integrated master's degree program with EU partner countries. And with that, we would be hoping that it would result into an Erasmus Mundus joint master's program, which is another action of the Erasmus Plus, which offers high-quality international integrated master's degree programs with EU-funded scholarships. So this is where the mobility of students can come through the full scholarships that are offered under the Erasmus Plus program, where you do get an opportunity to go and study for either a 1-year master's program or a 2-year master's program in all fields of studies. It is a full scholarships that literally covers a lot of the costs that are involved in studying abroad. As I said, it's open to all academic areas, and students are able to apply to it directly. You don't need to have an agreement with a particular international institution to apply for it. And then the next Erasmus Plus action is the capacity building in higher education. This supports international cooperation projects based on multilateral partnerships between organizations that are active in the field of higher education and training. And this is where, typically international offices can take up this instrument to strengthen the internationalization strategy, either for strengthening the curricula, strengthening governance of the institution, or fostering access to cooperation, small-scale projects that reduce the internationalization gap that we see in some of our higher education institutions, or to strengthen structural reforms such as policies under higher education and training. And this is one of the instruments that we would really like to talk to you about in order to see NMU also participating in that. The next Erasmus Plus action is on capacity building in vocational training, which I won't go into, but it's also another opportunity for universities, mainstream universities, to partner with TVETs to get funding in order to also, again, strengthen policies or curricula or public-private partnerships between local and international universities. Then we have the last two actions, Jean Monnet. This is mainly on European Union studies. If you would like to create research chairs at your universities on European Union studies, this is the instrument that you would use. It promotes excellence in teaching and research in European Union studies. Here you don't even need a consortium to be able to apply. You may apply directly as NMU to have that either a research chair or a center of excellence of European studies at your university. And lastly, virtual exchanges, which is access to high quality formal and informal education for African youth, aimed at improving online learning resources for African students and staff members alike. The call for applications, or the call for the Erasmus Plus program, will be opening in November, and it will be closing between February and April, depending on the action that you would be interested in. There's also going to be an Erasmus Plus week in Johannesburg in October, and this session is really meant to enable networking amongst experienced and newcomers of the Erasmus Plus program. So you'll get an opportunity to network, to create linkages with existing, mainly with EU partner country institutions, because it's very difficult. I think Erasmus Plus is also quite a big elephant. So I think such events will help you to, even if you start small, meet the right people so that you are introduced to other networks within the Erasmus Plus. We'll also have an information session on the various Erasmus Plus actions from November when the call opens. This is where we would really like, for the university to also participate. More information on the actual calls for the different actions, as I said, will be available in November, and as well as it may be launched at that October event when it comes through. This is just a slide to inform you about where to find our information. We do have a dedicated website where all of the calls that Linda presented, as well as the Erasmus Plus, you can find it on www.internationalscholarships.dhed.gov.za. We're on social media, but we also have information sessions monthly to cover various international scholarship programs for your interest. We also send through the different calls to the international offices, so if you contact your international office, you will also hear about the various opportunities that are available. And I'm so sorry that I had to run through it so quickly, because other panel members do need to also present on their opportunities. Thank you very much, Dr. Mensah.
Thank you very much, Kia and Linda. We appreciate your presentations. I'm sure the audience is thinking of their questions, so keep your questions in mind. I would like all my speakers to present first and then invite questions from the audience. So without further ado, I invite Nelson to give the presentation on the NRF funding opportunities. Go for it.
Thank you, Dr. Mensah, for the opportunity to present the postgraduate funding opportunities and the available international mobility programs for the NRF. And thank you, Linda and Kia, for your presentation. So my name is Nelson Komani from the National Research Foundation, and I'm gonna try and run through my presentation, but also not lose you as I run through my presentation. So stay with me, okay? So my presentation will cover the background on the NRF, the eligibility criteria, indicative funding values, the timelines for the call, the review of applications and the scorecards, as well as the Global Knowledge Partnerships Program. I'm going to sort of explain what the Global Knowledge Partnerships Program entails as I advance with my presentation. Okay, Linda in her presentation has touched more on the mandate of the DHET. Sort of it also cascades down on the mandate of the NRF in terms of some of the policy or legal documents that informs the DHET's mandate. But over and above that, the mandate of the NRF touches on 4 more areas. That is advancing knowledge, transforming lives, inspiring a nation, and also strengthening the national system of innovation. So here are some of the partners that sort of funds most of our programs at postgraduate level, and also under the Global Knowledge Partnerships Program. So with regards to the target for allocation of scholarships, these are set in a manner that supports transformation. And then with regards to the citizenship targets, 95% of the NRF scholarships are allocated to South African citizens, 5% to our international students, and Dr. Mensah has touched on this, that 55% of the NRF awards are allocated to female or women. And then with regards to South African targets, they are further disaggregated as follows. 90% of the awards are allocated to students who are Black, and then 10% to white students, while 1% is allocated to students who are living with a disability. Then there is a criteria that is applied by the NRF in the allocation of its funding. Well, there's a number of aspects that we look into. The first one is the recommendation by the Institutional Merit Review Panel. I'm going to touch more on this as I advance. And then the second one is the knowledge domains that are specified by the NRF and its funders. The third one is the eligibility for uninterrupted NRF support. And of importance, and the main one, is the availability of funding, which I'm going to talk more on in my next slide. And the NRF APP targets the institutional rate of scholarship uptake awards, and then the postgraduate enrollments by each institution, the institutional spread, geographical area of application, so that the allocation of bursaries or scholarships are evenly distributed. And then the last one is eligibility for full cost of study funding. This relates to the financial need as determined by ISFEP, Facilitated Household Means Test. So ISFEP is one of our funders. It's the Ikusasa Student Financial Aid Program, and it does the financial means assessment on behalf of the NRF. And then the second point is the previously funded NSFAS or ISFEP students. The third one is persons living with a disability, and the last one is the academic high achievers. So this slide paints a picture on the awards that were made for the 2023 academic year. When you look down under the tab of total, you will see that around 13,000 applications were submitted by all the institutions to the NRF for funding consideration. This is after the review of application by the panels at the institutions. And around 782 of these were not eligible or incomplete applications. And also a whopping number of 8,680 could not be funded due to budget constraints. This is alarming. And as a result, the NRF could only fund 3,555 of the 13,000 applications that we received. So what we are trying to say with this slide is that the NRF is really operating in a financially constrained environment. We urge students, postgraduate students to not only look at the NRF as a sole pot of funding, but to also explore other opportunities out there so that they can stand better chance of actually getting funding for their postgraduate studies. Looking at the eligibility criteria in terms of citizenship and the funding period for postgraduate funding, honors we fund for 1 year, and this is applicable to South African students and permanent residents. So master's 2 years, doctoral 3 years, upgrade to doctoral is 4 years, while extension support it's either 6 or 12 months, depending on the amount of work that is still left for the students to actually graduate with their degree. And this is applicable to your South African citizens, permanent residents, and international students. But then the period of support by the NRF is calculated from the first year of registration for the study or research program, and that excludes the pre-proposal year. And then we'll be looking at the eligibility criteria for first-time applications. So students will either be funded at full cost of study or partial cost of study. And those that would be eligible for full cost of study would then be your exceptional academic achievers, financially needy students, or students who are living with a disability. When we talk about financially needy students, we are talking about those students whose combined gross or combined household income per annum is equal to 350,000 or less. If it's more, then you will be eligible for partial cost of study. And then for honors, then you will have to, if you are an exceptional academic achiever, for honors you should have achieved or obtained a mark of 75% or higher in your final year of study, and for masters and doctoral, a mark of 75% or higher in your previous degree. And then to be eligible for a full cost of study, if you are financially needy or a student living with a disability, you should have obtained an average mark of 65% or higher in your previous degree. But for honors, in your undergraduate degree, you should have obtained 65% or higher in your final year of study. And then all else who is not eligible for full cost of study, they will be funded at partial cost of study, and the minimum academic mark is 65% or higher for them as well. All right, with regards to the eligibility on age, this is implemented so that the students can achieve their doctoral completion by the age of 35, so that they can get more time to contribute in their area of specialization, and also contribute more to the national system of innovation. And this is backed by rigorous data analysis, data gathering and analysis by the NRF, and a lot of consultations with all the universities to get to this age limitations. So at honors level, students should be at the age of 28 or lower or lesser in the age of application. Masters 30 in the age of application or lower, and doctoral at the age of 32 or lower in the year of application. This is so that by 35 years, at least the student has graduated with their doctoral degree. And then there are always exclusions with every funding programs. For the NRF programs, in order for the NRF to realize its goal of contributing to the knowledge economy by attaining at least 1% of global research and development output. So the NRF will not be covering or catering for undergraduate qualifications, postgraduate certificate or diplomas, masters by 100% coursework, as well as your MBA or what we call professional degrees. And then I will talk to the monies. Dr. Mensah spoke about the monies.
Yes.
So I will talk about the funding values. So at honors level, if you are successful, for full cost of study, you will expect to be funded at around 157,000. For partial cost of study, you can expect to be funded at around 118,000. And for masters at full cost of study, it's closer to 176,000 at full cost of study. And then for partial cost of study, it's closer to 119,000. While for doctoral, at full cost of study, it's 182,000 roundabout. And partial cost of study, it's around 107,000. We are still looking at the partial cost of study value to up it a bit so that it's also competitive. We hope that with the next call, this number will have gone up. Well, I also want to indicate that the NRF values are increased on an annual basis in line with the consumer price index linked increases. And when you are funded at full cost of study, you are also eligible for what we call electronic study device allowance. And if you are living with a disability, you are also eligible for an assistive technology device to a maximum of 20,000. But this is only applicable once or for the duration of the postgraduate study. So if you received it at honors level, you will not receive it at masters and doctoral. If you receive it at doctoral, you will not at masters, you will not receive it at doctoral. All right, with regards to the timelines for application, all applications should be made on the NRF Connect system. So you don't email, post, or it should be sort of sent or made on the NRF Connect, your application. And then students will then choose in the suite of programs that are available from the NRF. And those students who are applying for the grant holder linked scholarship, they should provide what we call a unique identifier number, or UID, or the grant application reference number of their supervisor or the grant holder, so that their application can be traced back to their supervisor and that it's not lost in the process. So I've already indicated that students would be funded at full cost or partial cost of study, depending on whether they are exceptional academic achievers or financially needy. And then looking at the timelines themselves, the call this year opened on the 3rd of April, and then the honors call is still open. It's going to close on the 24th of November. So those students who would like to really get the honors funding should work on their application and submit their application on time. However, for master's, doctoral, and extension support, the calls have already closed. So with regards to the honors outcomes, students can expect to hear from the NRF from the 16th of February next year. And then with regards to master's, doctoral, and extension support, they can expect to hear on their outcomes of the applications from the 22nd of December. So with regards to the review of applications, so honors, master's, doctoral applications are reviewed at the university where the student is going to enroll. And then reviews are undertaken using the standardized NRF scorecard and nothing else. And then applications that are recommended for funding, only those that are recommended for funding based on the merit review are submitted to the NRF for funding consideration by the designated authorities. So this then is the scorecard that will then be applied when assessing the honors applications. 3 criteria will be looked at with their various weighting. The first one is the academic merit. The second one is the completion time for undergraduate study or degree. And then the third one is the priority research area. So the priority research area is largely the research aligned with one of the national research priorities as indicated in maybe your national development plan and other legal documents. And then with regards to the master's scorecard, it's those 3 criteria and 1 additional criterion, which is the project outline and carries weight of 30%. Here, the applicant will have to provide an overview of their research concept and proposed aim. And then the doctoral scorecard has 3 additional areas over and above those that are covered under the honors. The first one is the track record of their research output. And then another one is the originality of the doctoral study. Here, we will be looking at the problem statement, the knowledge gaps relating to the problem statement, the aim and the objectives of the study. And then lastly, the potential impact of the research, be it societal or knowledge. And then the master's and doctoral extension scorecard will look at 3 criteria. The first one is progress made to date. The second one is why the study could not be completed within the NRF funding period. And the last one is the work plan to complete the degree within the indicated timelines. And then feedback will come in 2 forms. It will either be from the university or from the NRF. So feedback from the university will be for those applications which were screened at the university for eligibility but were not eligible for funding. And then the second batch will be of those applications that were reviewed at the university and were not eligible for funding based on the recommendation by the panel of reviewers. But this one is important so that students can then launch the appeal against the decision. And then the NRF will then provide feedback for applications that were recommended by the panel, but then screened out at the NRF as being not eligible for funding. And then the second batch will be for applications that were recommended for funding but were not awarded due to budget constraints. I think I have touched that in my other slide. And then in this case, the regret letter will then be sent to the affected applicant. The last batch will be of those applications that are recommended for funding and approved. And in this instance, the NRF will then publish a list of successful applications on the NRF website and also share that list with the research or postgraduate office. We will now be looking at the global knowledge partnerships. As I've indicated, that I'm going to explain what the GKP or global knowledge partnerships is all about. These are international opportunities that aims to integrate a period of international exposure into the research program of the doctoral, postdoctoral, doctoral students, postdoctoral fellows, and also early career researchers. And then through the GKP, the NRF would then enable a period of up to 18 months of this international exposure into the research and education program of doctoral students, postdoc fellows, and emerging or early career researchers. And then if the grant holder is awarded, then they will undertake what we call a short-term research visit at an international institution to advance on their research project in line with specific thematic areas. So it's important that there is an existing link with a collaborator in the host country, but where this is not in existence, then the local supervisor can act as a catalyst or be a bridge in identifying a collaborator in the host country. This is important for supervisors so that they can assist their student in identifying the collaborator. So I will talk to the available international training opportunities under the GKP. The first one is the flagship program with the Fulbright or the IIE, which is the International Institute of Education in the US. So here students who are at a doctoral level are provided with 3 to 12 months of international exposure in the USA, and the value of the grant is around 412,000 in South African rands per scholar. And then the call opens in January, closes in May. The second one is the NRF Mines Mobility Program. So Mines is the Mandela Institute of Development Studies, one of our co-funders. Here, international students from Africa would be coming to South Africa for their doctoral studies, and then they will then be eligible for this mobility program to go in African countries to advance on their research project. The call timelines align with the NRF travel grant call schedule, and this is for the period of up to 3 months. Then we have, I remember Dr. Mensah said to me, Nelson, speak about MyTech. So we have what we call the NRF MyTech Mobility Program. This is in partnership with our Canadian co-funders. So students are, doctoral students and postdoc fellows are placed at a Canadian institution for up to 3 months, and the value is 6,000 Canadian dollars, or around 83,000 in South African rands. And then the call opens in September and closes in November. Let me pause a bit and indicate that because a lot of students have indicated that this may not be sufficient. When students are successful for the MyTech program and other program except for that, their NRF funding is not frozen while they are in Canada. So we allow them to have access to their NRF funding, even though they are internationally, because they would still be advancing on their projects that are funded by the NRF. And then we have the 2 DAT mobility programs. The first one is the NRF DAT mobility, and this is for the students who are beneficiaries of that in-country master's doctoral scholarship, and they may apply for this program to be placed in Germany for up to 6 months. And then, in addition, students may apply to participate in one of the 6 interdisciplinary summer schools based in Germany. And then the second opportunity is the DAT Research Mobility Grant Program, and doctoral students under specific disciplines may apply to advance on their research projects at either a university in Germany or a research institution. And then this would be up to 12 months depending on the research project schedule. And then that covers 100% of the costs that are associated with these research trainings. And then we have what we call the Young Scientist Summer Program, the YSSP. And here, doctoral students whose research is conducted using systems analysis methodology and are part of African countries who fall under the regional members of IASA. IASA is the International Institute of Applied Systems Analysis. They may undertake research training of up to 3 months to advance their research project in Austria at IASA. And this then would be funded at around 80,000 for the 3 months. And then the call opens between October and January. Let me pause here also and indicate that the YSSP and the DAT Research Mobility Grant Program, you don't have to be an NRF-funded doctoral student to actually be eligible. Even if you are not NRF funded, you are welcome to apply. And another program that also caters for doctoral students and postdoc fellows who are not NRF funded is the Global Young Scientists Summer Program, or the GYSS. I think we have already awarded a student at NMU for this call. And the doctoral students here and postdoc fellows are provided with an opportunity to interact with and learn from the Nobel laureates and world-renowned scientists over a period of 5 days in Singapore. This is to discuss global issues. And then the NRF and the GYSS would then come together to cover the costs associated with its research training. The call opens in April and closes in July. So we have the South African Women in Biotechnology program, and here the postdoc fellows who are female and are South African can undertake a research training in biotechnology, and this will be attached to the ICGEB. The ICGEB is the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, and it's in Cape Town, and the training will be up to 6 months, taking place either in Italy or in India. When students apply here, they should indicate in their application for the postdoctoral fellow under the freestanding innovation application that they would like their host research institution to be the ICGEB. Then they will be eligible for this opportunity.
2 more minutes, sir. 2 minutes.
Okay, no, the one that I'm going to talk to is the last one. Okay, we have what we call the Knowledge Interchange and Collaboration, the KIC Travel Grant. The doctoral students, emerging and established researchers may apply for this grant to present at a conference, attend a workshop or a seminar, be it locally or internationally. The value is up to 50,000, and then the call timelines are is provided there. So currently, the call that is open is going to close tomorrow, and then the next call will then be in February. But then in February, it will be for travel that's going to take place between July and December in 2024, whereas the call that's closing tomorrow will be for travel between January and June in 2024. So this is the link for the GKP programs, and the contact details there. For pre-doc, it's me. For postdoc and early career researchers, it's my colleague Edith. And then for the KIC travel grant, it's my colleague Busiswa Mulefe. I'll leave the slide there so that you can take down the information. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Nelson. Okay, do we have Kim on the line? Okay, Kim, welcome. We invite you to present on Fulbright opportunities, and If we can ask, please, that your presentation cover about 10 minutes or so that we have sufficient time for questions.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. I'm trying to get my camera on and sharing my screen. Yeah. Is everything clear on your side?
Yes, we can
Dr.
hear you
Mensah?
loud and clear. Thanks, Kim.
And can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Great, wonderful. Hi, good afternoon, everybody in Port Elizabeth. My name is Kim Williams. I work in the Public Affairs section here at the US Consulate in Cape Town. And part of my portfolio is the Fulbright scope of scholarships and programs. So today I thought I'd just chat to you about the different opportunities. Dr. Mensah's just said 10 minutes. I'll try and condense it all into the short 10 minutes. But really just looking at the Fulbright Foreign Student Program, along with the Visiting Research Scholarship Program, Fulbright Specialists, as well as the FLTA, which is the Foreign Language Teaching Assistant Program that we have all under the Fulbright banner. Just to start off, just giving you some brief history about Fulbright. Fulbright was started in 1946 by Senator Fulbright, and he decided to look into the idea of fostering an exchange, people-to-people exchange, knowledge-to-knowledge exchange, because of an experience that he actually had growing up and also being able to participate in an exchange. For South Africa, our first Fulbrighter went over in 1953 and was able to study at Harvard University. Fulbright is found in over 160 countries worldwide, and really the mission of Fulbright is to foster mutual understanding between nations, advancing knowledge across communities, and improving lives across the world. Part of Fulbright and the heart of Fulbright is really looking at diversity and inclusion and being able to represent South Africa through the diversity and inclusion, and making sure that when we are putting together our cohorts, we are representing what South Africa and South Africans look like across the board. So really making sure that we're able to get into our rural areas, as well as our city areas, and some of our smaller universities and campuses to share the information around Fulbright. We often ask why Fulbright and the benefits of Fulbright, but really just looking at or understanding that Fulbright puts a scholar in a classroom where that scholar becomes part of a multicultural, multinational classroom where students from around the world are participating, or on a campus where students from around the world are participating. And the relationships formed there are real and long-lasting. For those that are going in as research scholars, understanding that it really opens up your publishing network that you have because of the links that you have to the various opportunities. And then also just being an ambassador for your community, for your country, and serving in that exchange and sharing of yourself through that. But also bringing back that information and sharing it within the South African community. As you can see, the different stats that are on the screen here, South Africa has sent roughly over 2,000 students and scholars to the United States so far. And this is just a few of our notable alumni that you can see on the screen that have gone through the program and that really have excelled and brought back and impacted the communities that they work in. The Fulbright opportunities have both opportunities for South Africans and Americans. I'll really stick to the opportunities offered to the South African citizens. So looking at the student program for master's and PhD scholarship, Mr. Nelson spoke a little bit about the PhD component, where if you are a registered PhD candidate in South Africa, you are able to apply to Fulbright to fund 3 to 9 months of your PhD research scholarship. We also have the Visiting Research Scholar Program, which is a postdoctoral fellowship looking at the more in mid to senior level lecturers and research scholars, as well as the US specialist programs for university faculty, that you're able to request to have a US specialist brought to your faculty in South Africa. There's also the Humphrey program, which is mid-level career for young professionals, which is a 10-month program. And then, as I mentioned, the FLTA, Foreign Language Teaching Assistant, which is teaching isiZulu in the United States. So looking at the Fulbright Foreign Student Program, it opens in January through to May of each year. And just for you to understand the United States higher education system, there's over 4,000 accredited universities and colleges. There's no specific ranking level within the university colleges, and you have various opportunities, both urban and rural colleges, single-sex colleges, and then also specific to the specializations of the colleges. Their study is slightly different to ours, where we have our undergraduates and we do an honors and then a master's. In the States, you would do a 4-year undergraduate degree and then go on to your master's. If you're looking at doing your doctoral, you'll be doing your 5 years undergrad and then going on to a doctoral. And they specialize right at master's level. So when we have our students coming on board, we do ask them to consider what their specialization is and their focus and area of interest is. Fulbright is open to all South African citizens and permanent residents. They do need to have sufficient level of English proficiency, and it is tested through the TOEFL and GRE examinations. Fulbright does supply the testing vouchers for that. They do need to have an academic display of excellence, but also we look at holistic application. So it's not just in terms of the academics, but what are they involved in culturally and in extracurricular activities. We also look for those who haven't had any recent or extensive experience in studying or living abroad, particularly in the United States, and also just focusing on students that we could see in the application that this opportunity is able to impact the communities that they come from. There's 2 areas that Fulbright does not support, and that is your MBA studies and studies that require you to have patient contact. So some of the physiotherapy, some of the speech therapy, and some of the medical degrees aren't able to participate. When we look at a South African wanting to apply for Fulbright, they need to at least have a 4-year degree, undergraduate degree, which includes their master's or the BTech. Those wanting to do the PhD, they should be in their master's degree, nearing their completion, or have completed their master's degree in order to apply for the PhD. NRF does come on board, and they do work with us in assisting with funding towards the PhD non-degree option. And as mentioned, you do need to be a PhD candidate in South Africa at any of our South African universities to apply for this opportunity. You should not be nearing completion of your application. You need to at least have 2 to 3 years left of your Fulbright program in order to apply for the opportunity. When completing the application, we look at general information as well as your education level and your transcripts. Transcripts must be in English. If they aren't in English, we do ask that you have it transcribed to English. And we look at study and research objectives, your personal statements, as well as the letters of reference. And for the NRF non-degree, we do ask that applicants do consider getting a letter from their research supervisor and also informing the NRF. We ask for writing samples, particularly those who are looking to do a PhD. We do ask for writing samples, and the writing sample can be anything from 10 to 15 pages. And at that level, we also ask for applicants to have looked at the different universities. In the application, there is an opportunity to nominate, I think it's 3 to 4 different universities, and we ask that each applicant would be able to do that and justify why they feel that university would be the best opportunity for them. We do also request that when the application is going through, if at any at any stance you haven't been able to put through a university preference, that you do at least think about it, that should you get to an application, an interview stage, you are able to speak to that in your application and your interview. What does the grant actually cover, or the program cover? It covers up to 2 years of funding towards your master's or a PhD. If you are a PhD candidate, Fulbright will come on board for the first 2 years and sponsor that. The university would then take on the sponsorship from the 3rd year up to 5th year in order for completion. We do cover all tuition, and that includes your book allowance, a settling in allowance, and your accommodation. We also provide health insurance. We also provide a monthly allowance, a stipend, a living allowance, as well as your round-trip travel and your J1 visa, which is a US government-sponsored visa. For the Fulbright student program, applications open in January through to May. We do then do interviews between June and July. We also then work with the shortlisted candidates post the interview to work on the GRE and TOEFL prep. We ask that all of those are completed by September. By October, we then nominate again and do a final selection to have finalists. And then we package each of the applications so that they are competitive applications, and we hand that over to IIE roughly between December and February, where they work with the institutions directly in order to place candidates. It's very different to some of the other scholarships where in the application a candidate would nominate a university. From there, Fulbright takes on the responsibility of working with the nominated universities and supplemental universities that Fulbright puts together in order to secure a placement. So all in all, an applicant's application is seen at least by 6 universities in the United States, and they then make the selection based on a cost share between Fulbright and the university. We hope to have all placements done by April, and then June, July, we have a pre-departure in Johannesburg where we have all our Fulbright scholars participate in that program. Just to speak a bit about opportunities for research, for the research scholars, those applications open in March. They've actually recently closed at the end of August, so last week. Things to consider before applying for the Fulbright Research Scholar is looking at where you are in your professional development and what is it that you'd like to still pursue in your academics. Would it also benefit a family if you have a family at the time? And, you know, where would you see yourself benefiting through Fulbright for your home institution? And you see a lot of the programs, we look at applications and applicants in the light of where are you at the moment, what is it that you'd like to gain in the United States, and what are the skills that you're bringing back to South Africa to impact your community. The Fulbright Research Scholarship is an opportunity for South African university faculty and research professionals to conduct research in their fields of expertise at any of the US universities or academic research institutions. The duration is 3 to 9 months, and you can't start any earlier than August of 2023. But you also can't, of August of the year of your application, but you can't start later than March of the year ahead. We also look at how is it strengthening the academic programs, the curricula between the 2 universities, and then also what has been the applicant's track record for research and publications. So generally, when we're looking at a research scholar, we're looking for someone who has at least gone 3 to 5 years post having their doctoral degree. So these are just some of the eligibility and limitations. Again, you would need to have your doctoral degree for at least 3 to 5 years before applying for the program. We do ask that you have a letter of invitation, although it's not compulsory, it's something that is recommended, so that you would be able to start working on that relationship between your host university and your sending university. We also ask that in your application you would have considered this with your HR and also put in documents from HR saying that yes, you do have sufficient time. In order for research scholars to participate in the program, they often take their sabbatical leave for the program. So depending on how much leave they do have, that also impacts whether they're going to go for 3 to 9 months of the program.
Kim, can we ask you to wrap up in 2 minutes?
Sorry, yes, I'll do so. Looking at, there's also the Emory Distinguished Chair Scholar Award, and that you'd go through the same Fulbright Research Scholar application, and that program is for 4 months, slightly less than the full program. But that application, only one South African is able to take up that opportunity. Again, the grant benefits of the research scholar, we provide you with the travel and visa, as well as for one dependent who's there for 80% or more of the time. There's also health insurance, monthly stipends, a professional allowance, and then, as I mentioned, the opportunity for dependents to travel with you on this program. Applications have just closed. Sorry, it does say it's just open, but it has just closed. And we'll be working through the shortlist of candidates that we've received. Also, just quickly to mention that there is a Fulbright Specialist program. It's a rolling deadline, and this is to have a US expert come to your institution to work with you and your department, your university or department, to organize around specific projects or needs that you would feel in your department or your school that you need in order to develop. And this can be an individual that's known by the host institution, but we do ask that there's a cost share between the host institution and the Fulbright specialist. I think I'll leave it there for now. Oh, sorry, just to, on the FLT, the foreign language student, foreign language teaching assistant program, you need to at least have 7 years of teaching experience. You need to be fluent in both English and isiZulu. Zulu is one of the languages that we are asked to have as teaching and being taught at US universities, and that application was also recently closed. So please do have a look at our embassy page, our US Consulate Cape Town social media pages for the different announcements for our various programs. So I'll end off there. Thank you, Dr. Mensah.
Thank you very much, Kim. I'm sure you would have heard the applause from this side. I want to acknowledge my entire panel for their contribution and now open it up for discussion. Kim, I want to start with you. I am aware that the Fulbright application process is quite involved, so perhaps can we ask you to underscore the support that's provided to applicants?
Right, so thank you. We attend, especially in our Eastern Cape and Northern Cape regions, we actually go to campus and we spend at least 2 days on campus doing both the general application as well as looking at specific application tips and application questions. So in our regions, our region is Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, Western Cape. That's the consulate district that we work with. So in terms of more personalized application supports, that is something that we offer. But then also looking at the, as we go through the program, so the GRE and the TOEFL, those are quite costly tests that we do ask our fellows to write. And that is something that we provide. We provide those vouchers for our applicants to participate in the test to write. And we also understand that sometimes, because of the testing nature, it is a bit different, and sometimes your GRE or your TOEFL might not be on par with the first take. And we do offer at least 2 opportunities to sit for the GRE and TOEFL. So that would be the first round of support in terms of the application process. I hope that covers it.
Yes,
Ms. Mensah,
so we will
Dr.
be in
Mensah.
touch for your visit to Mandela University for interested applicants.
Yeah, so we're actually looking to come out. We're actually looking to come out between late February, early March of next year.
Okay.
That's during the application timeline, yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Kim. Then I want to move on to Nelson. Nelson, I know you referenced in your presentation uninterrupted NRF funding, but I don't think the audience might know what that means. So maybe you can clarify what uninterrupted funding from the NRF means. Does it not? Yes.
All right, thank you for the question, Dr. Mensah. So the uninterrupted NRF support is the support at entry, say honors, all the way through to doctoral level. That is if from honors to masters you still meet the 65% minimum academic mark, and from masters to doctoral you still meet that minimum academic mark. So as the NRF, we will be tracing those students that we have been funding so that we continue with the funding all through to the doctoral level, and also mark those students for possible postdoctoral funding opportunities.
Okay, then I would also like you...
Sorry, can I add
Yes.
on that? So it's not an automated process. So it doesn't mean that if you're funded for your honors, then you automatically be awarded a scholarship for your master's. So you have to submit an application at every stage of, for each study level in order to be considered. So the main thing is that you're going to be prioritized for funding in the next study level. Thank you.
Okay, so it's meant to retain students in the pipeline.
Yes, in the pipeline.
Okay, fantastic. And then, can you please clarify the honors timelines? Because I think when you mentioned that the call is still open, universities have internal deadlines, do they not? So I just want the audience to have that clarification, because the dates in your slide are the NRF dates, right? But actually universities have internal closing dates.
Okay, so in terms of the internal closing date, I'm not sure what's happening. IMTIAS was there. We had what we call the DA briefing meeting. We made it clear that we only have the NRF timelines, and to make it simple and to avoid confusion, we also included the applicant's closing dates and the DA closing dates. And we've been dismissing the universities which said their internal closing dates and not take applications after the NRF closing date. So I'm not going to,
No, I just wanted that clarification, because it can be confusing to applicants.
No, the right dates are the NRF dates.
Well, the thing is, when students submit applications, they need to be reviewed by the DAs. And so the DAs set an internal closing date. I don't know if you want to comment, Tozama? There's a...
Yes, my name is Tozama Mnonopi. I'm from the Research Development Office. I basically deal with the honors, internal and external funding opportunities. Yes, I also wanted to comment actually on the
opening and closing dates for the honors specifically. I noticed that we've been requesting NRF to consider provisional awards in terms of marks, since marks are only available in December for most students during their final years, which then prolongs the process in providing outcomes. Hence, you find students are receiving their outcomes only in February, and that's usually too late. So if I can just mention also, we've tried that process of using the provisional awards for the internal scholarship, the university internal scholarship, and we've actually succeeded in giving outcomes to the students before they went home for recess. And I think that something maybe NRF needs to consider. And I don't know why you guys have not been considering it. Maybe, I don't know if there's a reason, because you are doing it with the master's applications.
We've actually been, we're actually flexible in terms of the honors applications, and we've actually been receiving requests from some institutions. So I haven't seen anything from NMU on issues pertaining to the honors submission deadlines or in terms of the availability of the results. Because we've given, we do know that most institutions have their final results for honors made available in December. Hence, we publish the honors outcomes in batches from January to March, depending on the submission from the universities. So if there are issues, bring them to the NRF so that we can decide on a way forward specifically for you. So it's not an overall thing. So if you're not coming forward, then we're also not aware of the problem on your side. So
Okay.
it's not a general thing.
That's helpful, thank you. Then I want to move on to you, Kia. You mentioned the Erasmus Plus opportunities and the opportunity for joint master's programs. Is there also, I might have missed it, is there also joint doctoral programs that are funded?
Okay, so under the Erasmus Plus, it is just for master's programs.
Okay.
Unfortunately. But we can look into programs for joint PhD programs and revert to.
All right, yes, so let's keep in touch about that. And then I wanted confirmation that the exact dates will be communicated in October and November for the Erasmus Plus Week and other activities.
Yes, the call for the Erasmus Plus will open in November, but the Erasmus Plus Week will happen from the 10th to the 12th of October. But during the margins of that Erasmus Plus Week, there will be that networking event for newcomers and old participants to network and create linkages.
Okay. I noticed the trend in indicating what will be funded, you know, tuition, monthly stipend, etc. But I think students would also like to know the financial value. You know, so for example, for Fulbright, there's a $22,000, you know, for the visiting researcher or scholars program. So I was wondering whether in the full call for the various funding opportunities, whether that value is there.
Okay. This is a tricky one. So in terms of our international scholarship agreements that we do have, right? Remember, because we enter into these agreements through bilateral agreements with host countries, which means that the agreements that we would have, let's say, with the Hungarian government, is that tuition would be covered.
Okay.
So if tuition at bachelor's level is 30,000 euros per annum, or at PhD level is 100,000 euros per annum, tuition is covered.
Okay.
I think that's why we try to kind of give an idea of what is covered, especially because there are so many different programs, there's different costs of living, there's different things that impact the costs around the world. Tuition, at least, is always covered no matter what it is. In terms of each of our scholarship programs, so where there is a monthly stipend, this is also determined according to the host country that you are in. So if you are going to Russia, or you're going to China, or you're going to Hungary, there'll be a specific cost of living allowance
which we as the department research, we get inputs from our host countries, from our embassies, and also because remember we look at what the host country will offer. So in some cases where what they would offer in terms of a monthly stipend, we need to top up a little bit more, then that will determine the amount. Also because of funding limitations, it's an exercise that we need to be proactive about and engage in every year. So that's why you see the presentation from last year and the one from this year and from next year may differ. And also just, I mean, life happens every year, so we do evaluate quite often.
And then I was curious with the Swiss Government Excellence Scholarship. Is it at postgrad or undergrad level?
It's at postgraduate.
Postgrad level, provides only a one-way ticket.
Yeah, so the department will provide you a one-way ticket to Switzerland, and then towards the end of your studies, the Swiss government will give you a flight allowance to return.
Okay, and if students want to come in between, that will be at their own cost?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I will give the final word to Huba.
That's always a privileged position to be in, to get the final word. And then I can make a lot of statements that cause a lot of problems for my colleagues that work with the government and government agencies. So the idea was not for me to present today, so don't think that Dr. Mensah forgot about me. The idea was for me to reflect a little bit from this question of, is our financial systems and our funding models still fit for purpose? When we look at what is happening in the country, when we look at both local funding and international funding, are our systems fit for purpose? So as she mentioned in the beginning, I always wear many hats. So on the one side, I am the director for NAFIC, the Dutch education agency, similar to the DAAD, and we've worked very closely with the NRF for a number of years on doctoral programming. And on the other hand, I work as an independent consultant, really looking across the system at how do we create opportunities for students and staff in the international space. And if we look from the NAFIC perspectives, there are a few things that are quite challenging. And when I then listen to these national perspectives, it really also resonates. So within NAFIC, we often speak about creating an enabling environment. And when we spoke about this session, this is really what comes up to me. What are we doing as funding agencies? So let me wear my NAFIC hat. As when we speak as funding agencies, what are we doing to ensure that we are creating an enabling environment? So for example, we used to have a scholarship that was only partial costs, but studying in the Netherlands, although cheaper than some other countries, that's the tagline, it still costs a lot of money. So if we are only funding 50% of a scholarship, can we really say that people and that students can take it up? So that's really considering how finely do you cut the cake, or do you think of alternative models? Some of the other challenges I think that's really pertinent when we look at international scholarships and what we've encountered is really around the uptake. Why are students not engaging in these opportunities? And I would be really interested if there are statistics from the DHEAD side on of all these scholarships, because I was sitting here and thinking, oh, I missed out on so much when I was a student. And there are not many things that I regret in my life doing or not doing. But if there's one thing, it's not taking up one of these international scholarships, or at least trying to take one up. But it's really understanding why are our students and our staff not taking up these opportunities. So let me speak specifically about one of them. A number of years ago, we started the Erasmus Mundus program, that is now the Erasmus Plus program that Kia also spoke about. And as universities, I was then still in a university position, we were really excited about the opportunity of the first time having very good funding for short-term masters and PhDs in very good European universities and a diverse range of European universities. Much to our amazement, students didn't take it up. So we literally felt like cheerleaders that went from classroom to classroom with a banner and that sat with students to apply for these scholarships. And I think that's something that if we really talk about an enabling environment and where the funding is fit for purpose, we need to understand there are opportunities. We know there are students in the system. Why are we not able to connect these dots? And then I do think, and this will be my throwing it out to make it somebody else's problem, but we need some innovation in the funding sector. So can we really consider what do co-funding mechanisms look like? Are we really exploring the co-funding opportunities that exist? Are we diving deep enough into partnerships, whether it be international partnerships, whether it be partnerships with corporates, whether it be opportunities with the skills, the National Skills Fund? Are we making the most of the funding? We know that funding is limited. I've seen this problem with the NRF, and the money is not going to get more. So how can we get more return on investment for the money that we have? And the need for education is not getting less as the money is getting less, quite the opposite. So could we consider loan schemes? Now, I know NSFAS is quite a swear word, but I think, can we do an overhaul of NSFAS that also considers how does a moderate loan scheme enable more students to study? I studied with a bank loan. I was fortunate enough to get a bank loan and I could pay it back over time. But are there opportunities for us to reconsider what financing looks like? So let me leave it at that so that I don't make more problems for people. But I think what is really important is for us to be sure that we as funders and those that work in supporting students and staff, because we also know that many of our staff are still within the scope of getting their PhDs and needing this international opportunity. Can we make sure that it is underpinned by principles of creating an enabling environment?
Thank you very much, Huba, for those insights. So we are expecting the Breakaway group to join us shortly. I haven't seen them yet, so I will allow 2 burning questions. So if you have a burning, oh, ooh la la. Okay, I will allow all the questions, but perhaps the answers will overlap. Can we get the mics? Please keep your hands up. We'll get the mics to you. Okay. Go ahead, John.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentations. Mine, it may be read as a political question, but I think it's also important that I raise it here. Why the need for English tests, especially within the South African context, where you know that the students, for example, if I've completed my undergrad degree, it was done in English. Why do I have to do TOEFL? Why do I have to do all those other types of tests in order for me to be considered for a scholarship?
Okay.
Something that I'm just throwing there.
Thank you, John. There were some more hands. Okay.
Thanks. I was going to say ladies first, but I thought since we're starting from the back, let me continue. My name is Ricardo Temers. I'm an executive manager at the Automotive Industry Development Center. There's nothing too important about the title. However, I mentioned it because I want people to understand that our organization takes this matter pretty seriously. We're spending 40 million plus at the university currently, supporting students in a couple of other initiatives, Mandela University. And I just wanted to tag on to that point. We've also noticed we spend about 150,000 Rand per annum supporting postgrads, and we're finding difficulty in getting PhD students into the system.
150,000
per annum per student.
Rands.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, per student. Okay.
150,000 rands per student per annum. And so we're finding it difficult to get students into the system because it seems as if that still isn't enough for a master's student to give up there's an opportunity cost, isn't it? I can go work somewhere and earn more money than study. Where I'm going with this is that ourselves, from a government perspective and being in the automotive sector, we also want to engage the auto companies, the suppliers, as well as the OEMs, your Volkswagens, Mercedes, and organizations like yourselves to say, let's come together and pool this funding so that students can get more money per student so that they stay in the system and come out of the system so that we can employ them from engineering student level all the way to management level eventually. That's our aim, because our problem statement is we don't see enough South Africans at management level, let alone women. Can I say, I've got my colleague next to me, we've just employed a lady in our system because we understand the importance of that. So we don't see enough black South Africans in management level at the system, nor ladies, and we're trying to change that.
Yeah.
So my comment and my point is that we would like to collaborate more with DHET and any other funders, as well as with the private sector, so that we get people into the system. You would have probably, I don't know if people have seen in conclusion, the Automotive Business Council, who's referred to as NAMSA, the National Automotive Association of Manufacturers, they appointed 2 weeks ago the first black South African president, which is a change. And we want to add to that achievement by bringing more executives and managers into the space. So we would really like to collaborate with more funders, and we're also looking at international exchange programs going forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Ricardo. You're really speaking my language. We will. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Okuhla Maqhina, and I am a master's student. So my question is very simple. It's to you. It's directed to you, Budi. I just want to get some clarity on some of the exclusions for NRF funding. So what do you specifically mean when you say that masters by coursework, like 100% coursework? What does that mean entirely? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There were some hand. Yes, please go ahead.
My name is Tembega, and my question is directed to Nelson, specifically on the feedback for masters and doctoral applications. You mentioned, you highlighted something about the appeal process for the students that were not recommended for funding at the university level, and I would like for you to please just highlight the procedure in terms of if there's a student maybe wanting to appeal, what is the process and who do they submit the appeal to? Thank you so much.
Okay, right. So Nelson, perhaps we can start with you. The first question was the 100% coursework being excluded. If you can explain that, what does that mean?
Thank you for the question. All right, so looking at the mandate of the NRF. So the NRF is a research funding institution, and it also has a goal of contributing towards the 1% of the entire global research and development output. And if we are funding degrees that do not have a research component, we are actually defeating the whole purpose of trying and the whole goal of trying to achieve the 1% of the entire research and development output. So the NRF, as a result of that, would be funding anything that has a 50% and up in terms of the research component.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, and then there was a question about what the appeals process involves.
To be eligible for appeals, we have the process outlined in our framework documents. So considering that masters and doctoral applications have to undergo scientific merit review at the institutions, we have urged the universities to provide the detailed reviewers' feedback to the applicants, and that feedback is the one that you'll actually be using to appeal. Say your application was not recommended based on the reviewers' comments about your the scientific merit of your research project, then you have to liaise with the research office at your university and ensure that you meet all the other eligibility criteria to appeal, because it's a closed call. It's not open to everyone. So only selected students will be allowed to appeal, and they can only do that through the engagement or liaison with the research office, the designated authority at the research office. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've covered everything.
Yes, that's quite clear. So Ricardo, if I can get your details after this session so that we can put you in touch with the DHET and NRF colleagues and also the research office here at Mandela so we can keep the conversation going. John, in the interest of time, may I ask that you engage with the colleagues around your question about the English test. Please help me give my fabulous panel another round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, so while I release the panel and thank them Joe will hand out the thank yous. We call back the breakaway session. Amira, if you can help me call back the breakaway session. They are somewhere outside, yeah? Yes, yes. Not all of you. I can see some of them in the corridors. Yes. So Amira will call them to come in. Is it tea time? No. Don't mess with my program. Okay, so Amira is helping me call back the plenary panel. What's nice about those of you who attended this session is that you're going to get a snapshot, a report back very briefly from the discussions that happened in the other roundtable discussion. So Nehemiah, we have...
We are a bit hesitant because we do not know what we're stepping into.
No, the postgraduate scholarship panel has ended. How long? Can we agree just a brief so that colleagues who have been sitting for a long time can? Okay, so who are the colleagues doing the feedback? My dear Darrell van Groenen, Professor Extraordinaire, welcome. Okay. Nehemiah? So in the other roundtable discussion, there were conversations about international funding opportunities directed at researchers. And we thought to round up the day, we will have a brief overview, emphasis on brief, of the very interesting conversations that happened and take away messages from them, and then we will then round up the day. So who would like to start? Dr. Piri?
Oh, hi everyone. Okay, I didn't expect this, so if if I'm all over the place, please bear with me.
No problem.
Okay, my contribution to the discussion was on challenges faced by early career researchers when it comes to intra-Africa collaborations. And the discussions, we raised a couple of challenges that we face in terms of funding, in terms of the view that we view the international or first world countries, universities in high prestige than our local ones. Hence, we more navigate towards working with them as opposed to our African counterparts. Also, the issues of publications came up, that why is it that we always go for international journals or high impact journals instead of African ones to kind of at the same time improve their prestige,
Right.
so to say, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for those insights. Professor van Groenen?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. And apologies that I'm having my coffee, but the weather has changed considerably outside, so trying to heat up the body as well. So I think we had a very rich conversation, ranging from what we can take from the recent BRICS summit all the way through to skills development and how do we ensure that our graduates are employable when they leave the higher education sector. So just to be clear that we didn't necessarily focus on Mandela University only, but it was more broader perspective. So I think from the BRICS summit, and I need to say that Prof. Ronnie Nwadi was also part of the conversation. He's just traveling on the road at the moment. Some of the key things that we were thinking about are the future skills for the global employment sector that we need to look at. So gone are the days that you can just get your degree and go out with the hope that you will land yourself a beautiful job that you will be doing for the next 30, 40 years or so. That has changed. And one of the biggest things that we need to consider is that of entrepreneurship and innovation. If you are not able to focus on entrepreneurship and innovation that can turn into business opportunities, you may actually find yourself not being employable as you leave the higher education sector. That is not only within South Africa, but also the rest of the African continent. There are a number of opportunities that we need to explore. We were talking about the fact that South Africa seems to have partners all throughout the continent, but what are we as South Africa actually offering to the rest of the continent, other than being the hub of students traveling here to come and study? So we were exploring that and looking at what are the opportunities for Africans per se to also make their mark in the world, to let the rest of the world know that as Africans we actually do have valuable solutions and that we value our own work. And those of you who know me well will know that I always speak about in Africa, for Africa, by Africans, because that is what I believe. So we were also just discussing the role that a strategy could play that we have for the African continent that benefits African countries and the higher education sector on the continent, not just in South Africa as such. And that organizations such as the African Union should really play a much bigger role than what they are playing at the moment, if they are still playing a role. There are all these development plans, but are they coming to fruition? And what are the roadmaps and the strategies for those? So those are some of the issues that we think we should be looking at, and then how that supports the future skills for the new way of work, and how do we prepare graduates that can go into the global employment market.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing those insights, because we know graduate employability is very important for South Africa. I hope everyone has enjoyed the first day of Research Week. There's much more excitement to come. You know how when you watch a season, they say coming up this season. So you can look forward to really an engaging discussion on the implications of AI for research tomorrow, and also the outcomes of the recent doctoral tracer study that was published through the Department of Higher Education and Training. We will have an NGAP presentation tomorrow on the oceans economy, and round up the day with cocktail event where you will get to meet our really wonderful postdoctoral fellows. So then on Wednesday, we will have the 3-minute thesis competition, and a really wonderful day put together by the humanities faculty. So really exciting events to follow. And so we hope to see you all again tomorrow. Please help me to thank the panelists once again. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to grab you. Thank you, Dora.